The time is 5 o'clock and the Warwick Finance Committee is now in session. May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on July 17th?
So moved.
Second.
May I, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. On to PCR 87-23, bid number 1, bid 2022-006, City of Warwick Medical, Pharmacy, and Dental Insurance Benefits. Good evening, Director. Please identify title and name.
Hi. Hello, Stephen Rotondo, Personnel Director, Personnel Department. This is a request to extend the agreement that we have with for health, dental, and pharmacy insurance with the trust. The reason we're requesting this is, as you can see from my memo of transmittal, the city's premium increase has amounted just a smidgen over or a smidgen less than 0.25% over the 3-year relationship with the trust. The trust negotiates superior pharmacy rebates with Blue Cross. By way of example, in the last 24 months with our previous carrier, our pharmacy rebates were about $1.85 million. In the last 24 months with the trust, the pharmacy rebates are $4.2 million. In addition, from the back of the house perspective, the trust is consistently responsive to the city's needs and provides superior customer service. Monthly billing is accurate and concise, does not require extensive auditing. They provide us the annual calculation of and payment of the city's PCORI fee, which is approximately $6,200 a year. They also do mandatory reporting as required by the ACA. They provide robust wellness programs to foster healthy choices and improve employee well-being. And they also have a very reasonable administrative overhead fee of 11 cents per employee per month. So for these reasons, we think this relationship is going well. They've proven to be holding the costs on our premiums. And so we're respectfully requesting that we can extend this relationship for 2 more years. In so doing, we would avoid having to prepare an RFP for this fiscal year, this coming fiscal year. And that would require first creating an RFP for a consultant, selecting a consultant. And the last time we did that, it was $18,000 for the consultant. I suspect it'll be $21,000 this time around. So we saved that in addition to everything else.
Thank you, Director. So you're indicating that for the last 3 years, correct? The last 3 years that this contract was held. Hold on, let me go back and get the exact numbers. You're stating that at that time, everything has, the contract has been honored. There's been no major issues, no stoppage, no hiccups with the coverage. The recommendations have been on point.
Yeah, everything actually has exceeded our expectations. And I can't speak enough about the back of the house stuff, which nobody would see and probably wouldn't care about. But we did spend with previous carrier a lot of time just auditing the bills and making corrections. And that has saved us considerably. But yes, we're into our 3rd year. This expires at the end of this fiscal year. So those premiums are set for the year. They don't change. Each year we get our premiums. It's set, it's fixed, like with any insurer.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council, Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Director. So I just want to highlight this. This is one of the biggest things that the council votes on every year, other than the budget or every time this comes up. Previously, it was going year to year. And I know that, as you mentioned, having a consultant every year, around $20,000. When the argument was made a couple of years ago to do a multi-year contract, one of the benefits that we would receive from that is knowing how much the payments were going to be and locked in. That came to fruition, correct, Director?
Yes, there's a change in the premium every year, of course. And the concern of this council was, remember, we saved money. We saved about 5% from one year to the next in our first year out on this. So the concern with the council was this a loss leader? Are we going to get whacked out in 2 years 2 and years 3? And the answer is no. You could see from that memo transmittal over a 3-year period, even though inevitably your premiums will fluctuate a little bit, it's been, again, less than 0.25% over a 3-year period.
And that's what I think is very important to highlight this evening is that, I mean, we're talking healthcare, so these could have huge swings. So that is very good news that you bring to us. Talk about the administrative costs again. That was another one of the benefits with going with the trust. I believe they were on the lighter end of the quarterly administrative report, or however they bill us on that.
So are you referring to the reporting that they do for us, or their costs of doing business, what they charge us per?
Yeah, the cost, don't they have a cost per
Yeah.
transaction or per?
So, yeah, that was the 11 cents that I was referring to, and I'm not going to be able to articulate this as well as other people can, but the way that the trust does it is we actually, I hope I'm saying this correctly, they get their premiums and they get some investment return on their premiums, and they credit that back to their overhead costs. So their overhead costs, that's why that at the end of the day, they're charging us 11 cents per person per month. The overhead cost may be a little bit more for them to administer, but because they're utilizing their investment income, that credits to all the members. So I think that's, I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly. Maybe someone else can explain it better, but the big picture is, the macro is, it's 11 cents per person per month, which is very reasonable.
Yes, and that's what I was touching on. So again, this is a very important issue. It affects all the city employees. Healthcare is very important to every individual, everyone's family. So that's why we wanted to make sure that we're doing our work on this. I'm pleased with this, the way that's come back. I like doing the multi-year. It's on that, so we just have some reliability, some predictability when we're doing the budgets and stuff like that. But I was also pleased to hear that you've been very happy with the service. That going through again, healthcare has a huge impact on individual lives, and this is the stuff that really affects a family. So I'm pleased to hear that is going smoothly as well. I support this bid, and I thank the chairman for his time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are there any further comments, questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Director.
Hey, Councilman.
The first question that I have is, why are you coming before us almost a year ahead of time to renew this contract?
Very good question. Well, for one thing, we have the rates are fixed, so we're not going to see there's not going to be any shockers during the course of the year because the premium rates were fixed as of July 1st. The second is, if we don't get the extension, I have to go back, put together an RFP for a consultant. We have to put that out and go through the bidding process for that, come before this board and recommend a health insurance consultant who will then prepare the RFP, crunch the numbers, because it's a big data crunch, if you will, that we don't have the capacity for, and based on those numbers and review the proposals, based on those numbers, make a recommendation to the city, which we would then come back to the council and say, this is the carrier that we want to use for the next year or 3 years. If we don't do it now, actually, if I had been on my game, I would have been here a month ago.
So with the current contract not expiring until June 30th, 2024, you're saying that our premiums are fixed. So I take it that means that we are not self-funded. Our premiums are fixed, meaning that regardless of what we have for money out versus money in, our premiums will not change.
Right, our premiums are fixed. Yes. What changes is people go on family care, they come off family care, they get high, those are the fluctuations. Every bill is a little different. Some people add dental, they get rid of dental, people retire and so on, and they pass away if they're retired. So there's always that fluctuation in the monthly billing. No monthly bill is the same, but the rate charged is fixed. Another point to that, we have to get it done. All of our contracts have a 60-day notification, so we have to get it done. We have to get it done and have a decision made 60 days prior to the expiration of June 30th. So we need to have it done 2 months earlier, so that if we pick someone else, which I don't think we will, given the market, you have to plan for that and give yourself 60 days prior to the end of the fiscal year.
So, I don't know, I think, maybe we might be on a slightly different page regarding my question. Where I'm getting at is, I'm going to use a round number. Let's say that, well, actually, I'll use your number, rounding it out to 22 million in our previous contract from July 1st, 21 through June 30th, 24. Our premium is a rounded number of 22 million. If at the end of June 30th, the trust discovers that we've actually had expenses of 24 million, does that additional cost get factored into the new contract? Or do they just absorb it and say, thank you, we're happy to help you out?
No, they will, based on utilization, they'll come back every year with a new premium amount. So proving this today doesn't lock us in for another 2 years into this premium amount. I don't think anyone would do that. No one would. So based on our utilization this year, when they're doing their numbers and we're coming back here to the budget next year, they're going to show what their new premiums are. And up until this year, they were as you can see, over a 3-year period, less than 1/4%, less than 1/4% tells me that they've established some really goodwill with us. And
Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. Actually, I don't see that. I'll need a little help with that particular issue, but I'm still staying with where we are now. If between now and June 30th, you said that amortization, if it changes, if it increases to the point where we spend more than what our premiums generated, that would be factored in to the following year or the following terms of healthcare. So the trust, they have no clue what we're going to have for expenses from today to June 30th. So my point here is I need some assurance. I need total assurance from you that regardless of what we have for expenses in our healthcare between now and June 30th, this premium for the next 2 years of roughly $49,500,000 is not going to change.
Councilman, the costs of our premiums that are in effect for fiscal 2024 will change. They change every year, and nobody can guarantee that those premium costs will not change. It's just an impossible guarantee. No insurance company, no insurer, Blue Cross would never say we'll fix your rates for 2 years in a row. I could never guarantee that. And nor would we find a carrier, or even if we were self-insured, who would say your premiums or your working rates aren't going to go up from year to year. That's impossible.
So this evening, if this city council approves this 2-year request that you're bringing to us for $49,500,000, did you just say that that could change?
Yeah, these are estimates. And
So
when we come to the council with our annual
Yeah.
request for financing, that's an estimate too. I mean, I don't know that you could ever say that there's a guarantee, especially in health insurance, that you're going to get the same rate year after year. I've been in the HR business since 1985. I've never seen it ever, and I can harken back to the days when annual health insurance increases were in the double digits consistently. So we're in a much better place now, and I think, but we'll never guarantee that your rate's not going to change from year to year.
So then why wouldn't it make sense for us, given the fact that you're telling us there is a chance for a change in premium between now and the end of this contract, which is 10 months away, why wouldn't it make sense for us to say, okay, fine, why don't we wait until April or May when we have more accurate numbers? You're still almost 50% away from the life of this contract. So I don't understand the need for coming to us 10 months later, literally maybe 60% into a 2-year contract, and asking us to approve a number that you just said to us could change. We have no idea what that change is going to be. Granted, it may be less, it could also be more. So why would we want to sign on to something with such a possibility of change 10 months down the road when it's not necessary? I understand about logistics. I've been through a lot of these things now with healthcare and budgets, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm aware of that. But what is the advantage to the taxpayers for us to go ahead and give you an approval of 50 million or so when we don't know what the answer is? And I'm just going to leave that as rhetorical. More importantly, right now, before I get shut down, you said that there is less than a 1% increase in the cost of the health care for the next 2 years. This is what I need some help understanding, because I'm looking at the 2-year contract from 2021 through 2024, and that premium is a round number, to round the number out to $21,900,000. For the next 2 years, the premium isn't $43,800,000. The premium is $49,601,000. How is that not an increase to go from, I'll make it even easier, from $22,000 for the first 2 years, $22 million for the first 2 years, to close to $50 million in the second 2 years? How is that not an increase?
When I did these numbers, I calculated an increase. What I did is I took our approved budget for this year on health insurance. I calculated, well, I took the number, it's there, it's in the budget. I deducted out our projected employee contributions, and I used a multiplier of 3%, which was the CPI at the time, which I did these calculations end of June. So the first year of this agreement, or the first year of this proposal, that's the number I used for health insurance. The second year of the proposal, because who knows what the CPI is going to be down the road, I took the calculation for the fiscal 2025, and I multiplied it by 1.0024, which has been our 3-year experience with this group. But also, I took the dental, what we've predicted for the cost for the dental for this year, And I just doubled it for 2 years because really our history with the dentals have been that the prices have been going down, not up. But just because a more conservative estimate, I took this year's projection and doubled it to give us a 2-year number. So that number that you're looking at in the proposal, that's how I derived those numbers that are in that proposal.
Thank you, Director.
Director, I still don't understand. If you could bear with me, Chairman.
I was just going to pause for one moment. Please hold on to your question.
I'd like to just finish my train on that
Councilman, we're
question.
not going to argue. I'm going to ask you just to hold. You got the 10 minutes. I am going to ask other members of the council if they would like to ask a question or a follow-up from what you asked. That's all. We do this every meeting. This has been the rules that you voted on, so we're going
I
to
did not
continue.
vote on this rule. Don't put words in my
Well,
mouth, Mr. Chairman. I voted no on this rule and the other change in the council rules,
Okay,
just to
well,
make it clear.
The majority won the vote, and that's how it works. Is there any other questions from members of the council on this item, on this one bid item? I have a question for the director. Did Councilman Lattiser give you a phone call at all during the course of the month when this bid, or the week when this bid was released at all?
I
With
don't,
any questions?
No,
I don't, yeah.
I'll answer it. No.
Thank you. Councilman McElroy, I realize if you have a question on the healthcare, feel free, but now I'm going to ask this committee. I feel that the questions were asked, but if there's someone who would like to make a motion following the rules that were voted on and approved by this body to extend the 10-minute limit that is at 12 minutes and 5 seconds of Councilman Lattiser.
I make a motion to extend it by 5 minutes.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. So, Director, I understand what you're talking about and your formulas. The only formula I'm looking at is a current premium, round numbers, for the previous 2 years of $22 million. I'm looking at round numbers for the next 2 years premium of $49,500,000. That looks to me somewhere around a $6.5 million increase. And that's what I said in the beginning. I don't understand what you mean when you say there is less than a 1% increase.
When you're using that number, maybe we're talking two different things. When I say the premium increase, I'm referring to what's on the cover memo. You could see those premiums; those are what they are. If you're talking about, when you're talking in terms of the 22 million, I'm not sure where you're getting that, but I think you're referring to what we pay for health insurance, correct?
Director,
That's
I'm
what this-
referring to the numbers that you've provided us. You provided us with the current contract award. That is 2021 through 2024. That is $21,833,316. These are not my numbers. These are your numbers. And the current increase requested, you're increasing $49,461,728 for a total over 4 years of $71,295,044. That doesn't equal less than a 1% increase to me. If I take the 22 million for the last 2 years, double it for the next 2 years, I come up with 44 million, not 49,500,000.
So when I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong page. That 833,316, that was for the first year of this contract, which would be fiscal year 2021. That was the first year annual cost of the contract for fiscal. That's what they bid on. I mean, that's was the first year of this contract.
How can that be? When you're saying the current contract period is 2021 through 2024, then you say that contract period July 21st through, July 1 through 2021 through June 30th, 2024 is what the contract is. And you're talking contract award 21,833,000. So I rounded out to 22 million. Is that for 2 years or is that for 1 year? Because over here, it's speaking to it being 2 years.
This is the first year of the contract. That is,
For the record, Councilman, your time's been paused.
2021.
That's what, please?
Your time has been
Oh, thank you.
paused. Thank you.
Councilman, I don't know whether it's.
Could you please identify, please?
Oh, sure. Bruce Kaiser, Director of Economic Development. I've worked on the health insurance issue in the past in other roles with the city. I think in part, Stephen has provided in the cover memo what the actual per employee premium costs are on a per month basis. And he calculated it is less than 0.25% increase on what the actual premiums are on a per employee basis, individual and family, et cetera. But our enrollment has changed as well. We brought back a number of employees from the layoffs, during prior administration, and there's been additional retirees. So the overall enrollment has increased as well. More numbers obviously add to the appropriation that is required in order to support the health insurance costs for active and retired employees. I don't know whether I don't have the calculation to address the change that you indicated from the 40-some million to the 49, but enrollment has changed, and that bears significantly on what our overall cost is.
So based upon, the activity in the payroll, has the payroll increased to that degree? First question. Second question, let me back up. First question is, has the contribution rate from the city employees increased from the 20%?
No, it's still
No.
at 20%. Still at 20%. Yeah.
Okay, so there's no additional income coming from that. So now we are talking about if an increase of $5 million in premium, which is over 20%, an increase of over 20% on the premium, and you're saying that it's attributed to new hires or additional employees. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying retirements, additional employees, and bringing back laid off employees from prior to FY22 has had an influence on what our outlays are for the overall cost of healthcare. I don't have the number specifically how much bearing that has, but there were obviously there were a significant number of employees brought back, and there's been substantial number of retirees during that period as well. So if they're all growth in number of covered employees has risen.
So, assuming that's the case, don't you think that it would have made sense to provide us with that information? So when we're looking at it, and we're looking at what is supposedly less than a 1% increase, but yet when you do the simple math, it comes up to over a $5 million increase. Don't you think it would have made sense to provide us with that information in here? This is the reasons why we have all these conversations. And no, I didn't call before because the call is too lengthy, and because this is something that needs to be discussed right here, because the taxpayers need to have an understanding as to what is going on with this. This is a significant part of our budget, maybe 8% of our budget. So yeah, I think that we should have had those numbers so that we can sit here and take a look at this and say, okay, fine, we've had this people on, this people off, and yada, 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 and maybe this makes sense. Right now, I don't know if it makes sense because I don't have that information. To me, it doesn't make sense because we're looking at, as I said, close to a $6 million plus increase in the cost to the taxpayers. And I'm looking for an explanation, and I'm looking for the numbers. But apparently we don't have them, or at least not for us this evening.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. Thank you for indulging me, members of the committee.
Are there any further questions, comments from members of this council?
Oh, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Councilman.
I'm still going to do a little more thinking on this, and with that said, I would like to request a PCR on that, please.
Madam Clerk?
We've got a new speaker at the podium.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Yes, before we'll get to that. I do apologize. One moment. I recognize Aaron Mackesy, Chief of Staff to the Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Councilman Lattiser, I just want to make, for the record, all council members are welcome to provide the administration with questions on docket items once they're posted on the public docket. Those questions, you'd be happy to reach out to myself or Director Rotundo. I know several of your colleagues did the same today and in the previous days. If you had those questions, we would have been happy to provide that information to you before the council meeting so you could have that discussion in public as you'd like to do. There's nothing against that. We'd be happy to provide that information, but the director would need the opportunity to collect that data. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Duly noted.
Are there any questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2022-006? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Madam Clerk,
Mr. Chairman,
Councilman.
may I just comment on the Chief of Staff's communication? Because he commented directly to me on that.
I think he made a general say, he did say Councilman because I asked the question, then you followed up with it, and I think he did some clarification on the administration. I would just like to get the PCR because we'll continue this in the council.
Fine.
Thank
PCR
you.
9023.
Repeat that, please.
9023.
Okay, bid 2022-006 City of Warwick Medical, Pharmaceutical, and Dental Insurance Benefits is now PCR 9023. I will ask this committee for a recommendation.
I'll move favorable.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 2 is bid 2023-427 Lincoln Avenue Pipeline Rehabilitation, Contract 1. Good evening, Director. Please identify.
Good evening, Eric Earls, Director of Public Works. We are here, we're looking to make a new recommendation for this project. Upon further review of the bids, it became apparent that John Rocchio Corporation front-loaded their bid with that. They have $450,000 as the item for sediment control. So sediment control is one of the first things you do on the project, right? You get out there, you set up your sediment controls, and then you move on to the next phases of the project. Brito, the next lowest bidder, had sediment controls at $8,000. So that's $450,000 versus $8,000. So that means that Rocchio would have set up their sediment controls for what, $8,000 maybe, and then invoice the city for $450,000 because that's what they put in their bid. So with that said, the city is exercising its right to disqualify Rocchio as an unbalanced bid and go with Brito, the second lowest bidder, with a difference of under $3,000 on a project that is 2.7 roughly million.
Director, just for clarification, we did talk about this, and this is, I think, what CB is the Brito, the company that's in our packet as CB Utility.
Yes, sorry.
Is Brito. No, that's fine. That's the clarification. So, and could you please just take a quick sentence and elaborate on what exactly the Lincoln Avenue Pipeline Rehabilitation? I think that this is a continuation of quite some time.
Yeah, the Lincoln Avenue Pipeline Rehabilitation Project is essentially, and Mike St. Pierre, who's here from the Water Division, can probably speak to it in more detail, but the Cliff Notes version is that this pipeline is one of the main suppliers to the city of our water distribution. It comes directly from Providence Reservoir. So without this in place, obviously the city would struggle to meet its water needs. Currently, it's being bypassed, but the bypass isn't 100% reliable. It's an older system, And so this will essentially, put in place a system that will more likely guarantee the city's water infrastructure for years to come.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions, comments from members of this committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Director. You guys included some older communications in your materials on this bid that look like they maybe called out past issues with the vendor.
Yeah, it wasn't in the summary letter that that Water Division Chief DiPetrillo put together, but there have been issues with Rockio as a contractor in the city in the past. I don't know the specifics, so I don't want to get into that here, but that was also part of the review discussion.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you weren't involved in the whole bid process, I was just wondering, given how close the original bids are, what the logic was around going with a bidder that now it's kind of come to light we had challenges with in the past. Has any of this work commenced? Has Rockio done any work yet?
No.
Hi, I'm Mike St. Pierre, the business manager for the Water Division.
Thank you.
So basically, this project is going to be completed in two phases. There's contract one, contract two. We've gone through the design phase of contract one, and we went out to bid for the rehabilitation of the main 30-inch line that we have that runs close to Route 37, and it runs under Route 95. So obviously, it's an important artery for us. The reason that we decided to go with Brito CB Utility is basically what Eric said. It's a front-heavy bid, which it's in the bid specs that we can reserve the right to disqualify them. Basically, he'd be getting all the money up front for something that, in all honesty, should not cost the amount that they put in the bid. It was, I wouldn't say that it was missed during the vetting process originally, but it became more apparent that it's not an ideal situation for us to move forward. So that's pretty much, in a nutshell, why we decided to go with CB Utility, or Brito.
And can CB get up to speed on the project quickly so we don't have any delays?
Absolutely. To the credit of all the people that entered bids, they're all, obviously the qualifications vary, but between the two of them, actually Brito has a little bit more experience with waterworks, and Rockio had more experience with sewer works. So initially we went with the lowest bid, but we decided that we would go with CB Utility in part because they were the second lowest. We felt that the more responsible contractor.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions for members of this committee? Council President McAllister.
Thank you. And Director, I just want to point out, I think that's very important information that you gave us. When we're going through this, we can look at the numbers and stuff like that, but having that knowledge of previous experience working with these companies, and if they're, wasn't pleasurable, they didn't do a good job and stuff like that, that's stuff that we need to know when we're factoring in, because it's not just dollars and cents, it's getting the projects done correctly, and safely. So that's very important information. And I thought you did a good job of explaining exactly why you threw out the first bid, because that huge swing there, and you explained it, and that's very important. As we're talking about, I mean, these are the water underneath 95, major project, would affect hundreds of the thousands of people living here in the city of Warwick. So this is a very important project. So I just wanted to thank you for breaking it down, because we can look at the dollars and cents, but having the background information and know previous experiences, you guys being the people that are working with them every single day, it's very valuable to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Further comments, questions from members of this council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Director. Was this bid held from a previous meeting?
Yes.
It was, okay. Yeah, I kind of thought so. I'm trying to regroup my memory. So as I recall, when this bid came before us, I had raised some concerns about the disparity between the 450,000 and the 8,000. And I seem to remember that conversation had taken place, I believe it was with Director DiPetrillo, and he had agreed to hold this, to review this in more depth. Is that pretty accurate?
I don't recall that discussion.
Okay. Okay, it would be easy enough to check on that. But I am glad that you did review it, and I am glad that your department has come to the conclusion that that made 0 sense in anyone's eyes. And I will be supporting that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Further question, comments from members of this council? Question, comments from members of the public on bid 2023-427? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Bid 2024-101, fire apparatus, 1,500 GPM pumper. Good evening, Chief. Please identify and title, please.
Good evening, Chairman. Peter McMichael, Fire Chief. The department has reviewed bid 2020-101 fire apparatus, 1,500 gallon per minute pumper, and recommends awarding the bid to Greenwood Emergency Vehicles of North Attleboro. Greenwood Emergency Vehicles met all of the specifications as outlined in the bid. This bid is for one 2026 E1 pumper with a 1,500 gallon per minute pump and 700 gallon water tank. Funds for the purchase will be from the city's ARPA funds for a total not to exceed $702,967. The purchase will allow us to replace a current frontline truck that has exceeded its useful lifespan and is expected to be removed from service.
Thank you, Chief. We actually had a couple in-depth conversations concerning this and other bids that I won't mention or get into at this time. But I want to thank you for, I know that you've been diligent about being ahead of the game with the 2-year production slowdown and knowing and predicting the service life of the vehicles that respond to emergencies for our residents, direct services to our residents. So I do thank you for the time and answering the questions we had, and we'll continue that moving forward. Councilman Foley.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
2 questions. What was you said the other vehicle that it will replace has outlived its service life. By how much? Do you know?
So right now we have one truck on order, and this will be our second truck on order. They're to replace engines 1 and 2. Engine 1's right here in Apponaug. Engine 2 is on Post Road, down by Walmart. Engine 1 here is at 223,000 miles. That is a 2007. It's a 16-year-old truck. The other engine is at 150,000 miles. That suffers from a lot of rot. Which one has to be removed from service first? We're not really sure, to be honest with you. But this will be our second truck on order. And those are the 2 spots where those trucks will be going.
And this one that we're ordering, if we vote this tonight, when is the delivery on this one?
So delivery on the truck we're going for tonight is 820 days out. So we're seeing unprecedented delays in manufacturing.
I'm sorry, did you say 800?
I did. So we're trying to replace vehicles. Our last two trucks that we received were for vehicles that had already been taken out of service, so they no longer existed. We were using reserve trucks. It is likely that the two trucks that this will be replacing, at least one of them, possibly both, will be removed from service before they come in, which is why we've built up our reserve fleet as well, so that we can accommodate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt?
Hey, Chief.
Hi.
I just wanted to confirm, this is one of the purchases we approved in the budget under the ARPA funds for
Yes.
replacing
Yes, sir.
vehicles?
That's right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Council President McAllister.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
We mentioned that we're purchasing this with ARPA funds and 820 days on delivery, and we pay on delivery. So I spoke to the mayor this afternoon. I had some concerns on the ARPA. There are some deadlines. There's deadlines of when you have to allocate it, and there's deadlines on when you have to pay for it. Mayor assured me that guys are aware of that. You know we'll make sure. And there's nothing that precludes us from paying if the deadline does come up and they need 10 more days or whatever, we could pay for it to make sure. I just wanted to flag that because that was a concern. I know there's some talk about extending the ARPA deadlines, but that's at the federal level. So as long as everyone's aware of the deadlines, I feel comfortable on that. The mayor's aware of it. We spoke about it today. So this is exactly what these ARPA funds, these one-time funds are great use for. And it sounds like City of Warwick's not the only municipality using these ARPA funds to buy this, and that's why it's taken 820 days to receive that.
Exactly.
So just keep an eye on those deadlines, and we look forward to getting that truck in. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions, comments from members of this council on this bid? Councilman Lattisaur.
So through the chair to Council President McAllister. So you bring up a very good point. So what happens if, well, let me back up. What is our deadline for dispensing of the opera funds?
I believe the mayor said it has to be allocated by the end of this year and paid for the following year. So almost 2 years out. But we could purchase ahead of time as well. So we don't have to wait to pay for it. We just, as a custom, we've always paid on delivery, which is a good practice. But the mayor assured me that won't trip us up if we need to pay for it. We won't miss the deadline. We won't not use the money for this.
So I'm assuming that, for lack of a better description, there'll be a tickler file or some sort of file set up to track these type of things? Because this is probably not the only issue, right? And we're talking 2.25 years, 820 days. So it could easily fall off the radar screen. I mean, it's 2 years down the road.
Correct. No, the mayor, he had it right on him as soon as I asked him that. It sounds like they have the plan in place for that. So I felt very confident after speaking to the mayor.
All right, fair enough. Chief, hi. Hello. So Chief, you said that these two new vehicles, the one we've already approved and possibly this one, they're going to replace two existing vehicles, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it is fair to say that by bringing on these two new vehicles, this will not require an increase in staffing or in minimum manning? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Ricks.
To clarify on the ARPA deadlines, I think that if I'm not mistaken, when we're talking about the deadline being the end of next year, we're talking the calendar year, not the fiscal year. So the deadline for the allocation would be December 31, 2024, and then the allocation for the actual spending would be December 31, 2026, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further comments from members of this council? Thank you. Are there questions, comments on this bid from members of the public? Questions, comments? Yes, please. Come on up to the microphone. Take your time. Just please identify when you get up to the microphone.
So my name is Ann Sheridan. I was just curious. The chief said, I understand the truck is a used vehicle?
No, this is a
It's
brand new
brand
vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, good. That makes more sense then. Okay, thank you. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any further questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next bid is bid 2024-158, purchase of various new police vehicles. Good evening, Major. Please identify in the department.
Good evening, Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department is seeking a 56-6 exception to bid to purchase various police vehicles from Colonial Municipal Group under the Greater Boston Police Council cooperative bid. The purchase would include the following vehicles: 8 2023 Ford Explorer Police Interceptor Utilities priced at $58,501.02. 1 2023 Ford Explorer K9 Police Interceptor Utility priced at $68,733.72. And the last vehicle in this bid would be 1 2024 Chevy Silverado 2500 equipped with a Fisher plow priced at $65,142.63. The total spending authority sought for the 10 vehicles is $601,884.51. If approved, this purchase would be made with approved capital outlay funds, budget code 5100400. This purchase is part of the department's fiscal year 24 vehicle purchase plan.
Thank you, Major. And just so the 8 2023s and the 1 2023, those are not used. They are 2023 models, and you're going for a 2024 model.
No, these are all 2023 model year vehicles.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And not previously owned by any prior department. They're still
Brand new.
brand new, and they're ready for delivery?
So for the 8, we have 6 out of 8 are ready for delivery.
Okay.
For the K9 unit, that is in ready for delivery also. And then the last vehicle, the Silverado, is not currently available.
Understood. Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt.
Major. We're purchasing these vehicles with ARPA funds as well?
Yes, sir.
And these were included in the 24 budget in the ARPA supplement?
Yes, that's what Treasury directed us to, that these would be purchased under ARPA funds.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of this council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Major.
Good evening.
First of all, I am very happy to see that we are using, the administration is using the opera money to invest into these vehicles. That certainly is prudent. The question I have is, why does the police department need a pickup truck with a plow?
So that's going to be assigned to our garage, the maintenance garage. They are tasked with doing quite a bit of maintenance work, taking care of the facility, plowing in the winter. The crew cab will also help because they have to, when these vehicles, such as these that are on the bid, are up at Colonial, they need to transport numerous garage personnel up there to retrieve the vehicles and drive them back here. They're also tasked with endless other odd jobs that a truck comes in very much in handy.
So this vehicle will be replacing a pickup truck and a plow that you have now?
Yeah, so we have some vehicles that are being held together by Band-Aids that are handle the plowing duties and all the heavy lifting, so to speak, in the maintenance garage. So this will be replacing a vehicle there, yes.
And on the Ford Explorers, what's the mileage on those average?
The ones we're requesting a purchase,
No, I'm sorry, the ones that you're going to be replacing.
they can be anywhere from 50 to upwards 100,000 miles, and those are all generally repurposed within the department to community policing, what we call second line vehicles, basically non-priority patrol vehicles.
Okay, thank you, Major, and thank you
Thank
for
you.
having the answers to those questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Further questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Foley.
Just clarification and emphasis. So not only are we replacing and updating our frontline fleet here and with the fire department, but because we're doing that, we are now also updating our secondary line, whether it's community policing, reserve trucks. So it's a dual benefit from these purchases and the earlier purchases we discussed, correct?
That's correct. So vehicles are decommissioned, so to speak, or downgraded from the patrol, the cars you see race around the city going all the emergency response calls. They're then downgraded to community policing. They're still very capable of going to calls and whatnot, but they're not frontline vehicles necessarily anymore. So to community policing and other, even detectives who don't have a need to race around and go to calls. And then those vehicles subsequently get downgraded to detail vehicles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Major, I appreciate Councilman Lattice's question very much because it just kind of reinforces that since you guys are in a priority position 24/7, 365 days a week, instead of requesting or waiting on DPW to take a vehicle off the road, servicing the residents to go take care of the lot at, in a heavy storm, it would take a lot of resources to continue to do while the vehicles are going in and out and servicing the citizens. It just makes sense. And I appreciate Councilman Lattice for bringing that up because it's, something that you look at, you review the bid, we have a conversation. But when you're asked the question like that, when you say that we have vehicles that do the job, but they're falling apart, you realize that there's a bigger than just the uniforms, there's to the uniform service members, it's bigger. It's the support crew too, the logistics and everything else. So I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Councilman.
So that is specifically why I asked the questions that I do on the floor.
Yeah.
Because a question asked yesterday or 2 days ago between me and the department head may not get repeated here on the floor. And someone might look at a bid like that and say, what does the police department need a snowplow for? And the major answered the question spot on, no hesitation, had the answer. And it's a very, very good use of it. And that's why I ask the questions that I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, comments from members of the council? Are there any comments, questions from members of the public? Thank you. Just please identify.
Hi, Cindy Wilson. So the cars that we're trading in are a year old with 50,000 miles. We're keeping them. We're not trading them in.
No, they're not traded in. They're repurposed within our department.
And they have 50,000 miles.
That was just a rough estimate. They range anywhere from 50 upwards 100 or sometimes even more. We got in a bad spot a couple of years back where we had vehicles with 120, 130,000 miles on the road.
I mean, to the best of my knowledge, vehicles last, 50,000 is nothing.
These vehicles are not going to the supermarket, ma'am. They're going to they have to be top notch, in perfect shape. And
Did you just say they're not going to the supermarket to me?
they're not running.
Yeah, I kind of realized
They
that.
have to be capable of doing what they do on the road, going to emergency calls and helping people.
So they lose that ability after 50,000 to go fast?
They do. The vehicles do take a toll. In that kind of environment.
Yeah, I do. I see them on the road.
Absolutely.
So now, when you buy you dumb down 8 to another thing. So does any money ever come back because you have now, if you have 8 and then you add 8, then what does the other 8? Does anything ever get repurposed or I mean, you can only have so many vehicles and so many people. Do you ever get money back or?
So sometimes they get sent to other departments within the city.
Uh-huh.
Whatever department might need a vehicle.
That don't really need it to be so.
Right. So you might see very old Crown Victorias on the road right now. Those were at one point a police car, believe it or not. Yeah.
All right, awesome, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. If I may, just for clarification, excuse me one moment, Councilman Ricks, I'll be right there. Just for clarification in general conversation, when there was conversation, we might have heard Councilman Lattiser say through the chair or through the chairman to the council president. That's just to ensure that the questions, when you say to the chair, you are asking the question of the director, but it's coming through the chair, and therefore it's not a back and forth in which can turn negative. And that's in Robert's Rules of Orders, which we've adapted. So you don't have to say through the chair, but what I do ask is that when a question is asked, that understand that the answers may come as the directors are staring at me, or if a resident feels better asking me the question instead of or through myself, the chair, to the director. And I just want to make that observation and statement. Councilman Ricks, I saw your hand up.
Bit of a follow-up question. Typically, if a police vehicle, it has a good number of miles on it, it's not in that tip-top condition that that particular department really needs its all vehicles to be in that very peak condition. What happens to that vehicle? Does it stay with the city?
So again, the first tier the vehicle might get decommissioned to or downgraded to would be like community policing or detectives even. And then even beyond that, once they're too old for even those divisions, you'll see them on the road for working details and whatnot, where the vehicle's basically sitting idle for 4, 8, 12 hours, and they don't need much more than lights and basic safety features.
And even after that, they may be transferred outside of the police department to other departments in the city?
That's accurate. And then recently our purchasing division has worked out with Gov Deals, which is another great opportunity where we can then unload them off the city altogether and get some money for them.
And I think that we've seen some of the older police vehicles, once they're decommissioned, being driven around by some of the other departments, and they're most definitely not in tip-top condition by the time that, well, some of the different city vehicles we've seen, not exactly in tip-top condition. The city is trying to use these vehicles to the fullest, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions, comments from members of the public? Just please identify your name. Thank you.
Hi, Lisa Morse. My question is for you, but also for the fire chief. For these new vehicles, do you have a written schedule of maintenance, repair, and replacement, and a budget to go along with that? And would you be willing to give one to the council?
We do have our maintenance personnel do an excellent job. All vehicles are routinely maintained, oil changes, service, recalls.
I'm thinking of a broader thing, like more detailed and scheduled so that things don't happen like engine 2 rotting out. It's kind of a heartbreak that something with 150,000 miles would be rotted out this early.
Right, I understand. Our vehicles, is significantly different predicament than a fire truck.
Yeah.
So they normally, once they hit a certain mileage.
Well, the other one's 250 and it's fine. So I was just saying.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of the public on bid 2024-158, purchase of various new police vehicles? Further questions, comments from the public? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bid 2024-150, purchase 2023 Dennis Eagle automated sanitation vehicle. Director, please identify.
Eric Earls, Director of Public Works. So Public Works is requesting the purchase of a 2023 Dennis Eagle automated side-loading refuse vehicle from sanitary equipment. In the price of, where did I have that?
$390,250.
Thank you. I forgot I didn't bring my glasses, so I'm struggling right now. But yes, this would, currently we're operating with 10 to 12 sanitation trucks on a daily basis. We have, on each day, we have 7 recycling routes and subsequently 7 trash routes. So ideally we'd be operating with 14 trucks. So to be operating with 10 or 12, we're obviously not being as efficient as we can. And that being said, the 10 or 12 trucks that we are operating are working that much harder because a lot of them are doing double duty, extra trips up the mountain in Johnston, take a toll. This would allow us to put us in a better position to both be more efficient with our collection operations, but also increase the longevity of the trucks that we currently have.
Director, so to be clear, this vehicle is ready for immediate service, correct?
That is correct. This one is, I believe it would be available within a couple weeks.
Excellent. So as we have many different departments, they're prepping and they're getting ready for the long waits.
Yeah, not 880 days.
Yeah, and over 800 days. We're now, with this, it's ready to go and go direct services to our residents. And also it's a newer truck, so we don't have to worry, we're starting fresh. And
right.
Excellent. We're not throwing good money onto bad equipment, if you will. Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of this committee or comments? Councilman Gebhardt.
Hey, Director. Not so much a comment about the sanitation vehicle. Love trash vehicles. More about the funding source. Am I incorrect? Never mind. I think I'm confused. Was there another vehicle that the funding source was paving? Or is that this one?
That's this one. Yeah. So DPW is proposing to reallocate this money, the $390,250, from what was originally dedicated in ARPA to additional paving. So the rationale being that $400,000 for a trash truck now is considerably more valuable to the city and our department than $400,000 in paving. This will give us that immediate boost to both our efficiency and, like I mentioned, the longevity of the fleet. $400,000 worth of paving, we can catch up with that later on. We can be more efficient with paving. We can do different things, as I indicated to Councilman Ricks at a previous meeting. We can use different techniques to make up that $400,000, but a trash truck is a trash truck, and the ARPA money is available now. So that's why we feel like this is the best use of those funds.
Okay. Yeah, when I read this, I was thinking back at that same conversation that we had around budget time and relatively low allocation in the city's OpEx budget to paving, and making up some of it through ARPA funds. So are there specific projects that you'll need to put off for some period of time to cover the gap? Or I know sometimes you have a certain amount of money for paving and you can't actually get to all the projects.
No, actually, the other thing that makes this that allows us to do this now is that DOT has a program right now where we are in the application process, and they are going to provide, it's a 2-to-1 match. So the city puts in 2, they give us 1, towards specifically paving, infrastructure. So it could be bridges or paving or sidewalks. But I believe that value is about 1.2 million. So we put in, 2.4, get another 1.2. So we do essentially $3.6 million worth of road for 2.4. So that would help, mitigate this 400,000 as well.
Okay. Got it. And they'll accept ARPA funds as the payment source for that match?
I don't know that one, but yes, I think they will. Yes.
Okay. All right, cool. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not selling ourselves short. But I mean, I think your point of, a sanitation vehicle that's ready to go today, that we can get on the road, makes us more efficient. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, 5 years ago, I would have debated that. I would have argued the additional paving, taking it from there. But we've invested millions, and we've seen paving happening all season. So I like your thinking on that, and I like the 2-to-1 match too. Council President McAllister.
Thank you. Director, I think another important thing, and you hit on this as well, and we had a resident come up here earlier, having another truck means we can take one off the road, fix it up, do some preventative maintenance on it, and it's good to have a full fleet. And we don't want to run into the situation where we were, just a couple years ago, where we didn't have enough trucks to finish the route in a single day because so many trucks were down. So we're taking these opportunities. We're using these one-time ARPA payments, ARPA money to buy these big ticket items that are used every day, like the chairman said, for direct city services. So having a purchase like this, and the opportunity came up where you can get it in a couple of weeks, which is also very important. So I support this as well. I just think it's a good practice to take advantage of this, get another new truck, and let's keep up the maintenance on the other trucks so we can take them off the road. So when they have to run 24/7, 7 days a week, they get run down. So if we have a full fleet, we can actually do some preventative maintenance while still hitting our mark and picking up everyone's trash on the assigned day at the assigned time. So thank you, Director.
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with you on this as well, Eric. I think that is a wise decision. But while we're on the subject of asphalt paving line items, after reducing your asphalt paving budget by $400,000, what is remaining in your asphalt budget for this year? This fiscal year, of course.
I don't have that. I don't have that right now.
You don't have a rough idea?
No.
Okay, could you get that to me, please?
Sure.
And I think it's very good that we're making use of this APRA monies to buy these large ticket items. And we are spending a lot of APRA dollars. So I guess my question would be to Director Schaefer as to what do we have remaining in APRA funds as of now?
Before the director comes up, Councilman, I'm going to request that you ask that we're speaking on the bid of the Dennis Eagle Automated Sanitation. We're speaking on the bid.
I am on that, Chairman. This vehicle is being paid from APRA funds. The last couple of vehicles we talked about are being paid
And
from
I think
APRA
that
funds.
your question
And
is a
APRA
good
funds
example.
APRA funds is part of this bid. So
I think
I'm
you're
requesting to know what do we have left in APRA monies.
I
it's
think
part of
your
this bid.
question is a good example of where this is not specific to a bid, it's specific to many bids, but also that's a question you could have called Mr. Director Schaefer on. We're speaking about this one item where he's moving from one line item to the next. And I'd like to stay focused on the bid as we have many more bids to go. And that is a question you can get an answer to at another time that has nothing to do with this
Well,
bid.
had that question come to my mind in the past, maybe I would have called, but we're having all these conversations tonight, it's a question that just surfaced, and I'm asking the question now. So you're denying me the right to get an answer from the director?
I am not denying anything. I am pushing the discussion on a bid of 2024-150, the purchase of a 2023 Dennis Eagle Automated Sanitation Vehicle that will come from the ARPA funds.
Right.
However, there are many bids that come from the ARPA funds, and this one particular is coming out of allocated ARPA funds from another line item that we discussed. So that is a general question with 2 years left to spend the money that we can get an answer to. But as far as this bid goes, and that's That's how I feel.
So
about it.
if anybody is keeping tally of the monies that we're spending from opera, I would think that the question is appropriate at this time, seeing as we're spending millions right now tonight, to just ask that simple question: what's left?
Councilman Gebhardt.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. So when the city presented the budget that we approved back in May or June, whenever we did the budget, there is there is a full multiple page sheet in the enterprise and capital budget that details everything we're going to spend using ARPA funds in this year, next year, and in fiscal 26. So that's why whenever these guys come up and say, I want to buy a new truck, I want to buy a new fire engine, whatever, I just say, hey, was this in the budget? Because then I can look back in the budget and say, oh yeah, that is the fire truck that we already approved us buying, and now we're just buying it. So in terms of the original question, additional paving, there was $3 million in the fiscal 24 budget to come out of ARPA funds. So we just took 350-ish thousand away from that. So it's, two and change. But all these other truck purchases and vehicle purchases and other large purchases are all part of that capital supplement tagged as being ARPA. So I'm sure the director could give you that, but I think the most exhaustive way to get that information is just back in the budget document that we approved a couple months ago.
Thank you for that, Councilman. The
Thank you.
difference between the two of us is this white hair isn't so computer astute as a younger guy. You're a lot more computer astute than me, but I appreciate your assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Are there questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Bid 2024-100, fire apparatus type 1 ambulance. Thank you, Director. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening again, Chairman. Peter McMichael, Fire Chief. The department has reviewed bid 2024-100, fire apparatus type 1 ambulance. The department recommends awarding the bid to Greenwood Emergency Vehicles of North Attleboro. Greenwood Emergency Vehicles met all the specifications as outlined in the bid. Their bid is for one 2025 Horton Ford F550 four-wheel drive type 1 ambulance. The price includes the Stryker power load and cot, lettering to match department fleet and delivery. Funding will be from the city's ARPA funds for $384,845.
Thank you, Chief. And in your presentation on the bid package, the estimated delivery wait time is 750 days.
That is correct, sir.
So you are, and I appreciate that. So we're going to be getting a vehicle in 2-year time. But believe it or not, even though it is higher than when we purchased the other ambulatory vehicles, the rescue, it will be 2 years. So you're already buying equipment that's going to not be ready until 2 years from now.
That's right.
To replace equipment that will already be worn down. I know we've spent a lot of ARPA money on updating our fleets, yours being one. And again, rescue, a very important service to the residents. So this is being proactive, using the money that the federal government, the ARPA money, to ensure that 2 years from now, we have something to replace it. And we're getting it in 2023, even though now that doesn't sound very good, 2023 cost, but it won't be in 2025 cost.
Right, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Gebhardt.
Oh, yeah. Is this the $350,000 ambulance that is in the ARPA supplement?
Yes, yes, it is.
And it looks like it came in a little bit above what you had allocated in the budget of $350,000.
It did, and we brought that to the administration's attention and the finance director's attention as well. And they were okay with us proceeding forward with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm all set. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of this council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Chief, did you submit with this request for $385,000? Did you submit the specifications along with the bid request?
Yes.
Well, I don't know why it's not in my binder. I do have specs on the sanitation vehicle. I have specs on the police vehicle. I don't have any specs on this piece of equipment that you're buying. And I just don't understand why I don't have it. It's not the first time that this has occurred. So would you be so kind as to send me a copy of that spec so at least I can see it after the fact?
Yes.
There was, okay. In your position paper, Chief, you said that after carefully reviewing the bids, plural, submitted, was there more than one bid submitted?
There was not, Councilman. That was out of a force of habit, I'd have to say.
Okay.
But there were not any more than one bid on this particular.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing more than one bid. The call in this fire apparatus type 1 ambulance, is ambulance and rescue one and the same?
It is.
Okay, it's not different size vehicle, different equipment or anything like that?
Correct.
And with this, is this rescue, this new rescue, assuming that it's approved, is this going to be replacing an existing rescue?
Yes, it will. And because it is 2 years out, I can't specifically say which one it will be. I can narrow it down to 2 trucks. It's going to either replace our Rescue 4, which is on Coeasett Avenue, which is a 2018 model, or Rescue 5, which recently went in service. That is going to be using a truck that's being refitted with a new motor right now. So I cannot tell you exactly which one that'll replace, but one of those two most likely.
Oh yeah, that's understandable. So I think we have 5 rescues right now.
Yes, that's correct.
So when this new rescue comes in some 2 years from now, we're still only going to have 5 rescues. So that's not going to have any impact as to having to increase the staffing or minimum manning.
No, this will not impact that.
Of that nature there, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I do have another question.
Yes.
So this vehicle, the requested bid award is for 1/2025, but we're not going to be getting this for 2 years. So if we were to buy a new vehicle, like right now, it'd be a 2024, right? And we're not getting this vehicle for 2 years. So is it correct in saying it's a 2025? Why not a 2026?
That is what the manufacturer stipulated in the bid. If they come to us a later time and say, because the new model came out earlier, it's going to be a 2026, we'd have to have a conversation about that, and certainly we wouldn't object to that. I don't see any downside to that. But because of the time frame involved, it's more fluid today than it was even 5 years ago.
Okay, so right now they're agreeing to build us a vehicle. They may start on it, next year. I don't know how long it takes to build a vehicle. I don't know. But what they're proposing is, in fact, it's a 2025, and we probably won't see delivery until 2026.
Right. They can build it in 75 days. The delay is on getting the cabin chassis from Ford.
Right. All right. Thank you, Chief. That's what I got on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions, comments from members of this council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2024-100? Thank you. Next is bid 2024-063, Arnold Neck Waterfront Park Site Improvements. Good evening. If you could please identify.
Melissa Foley, Community Development. We're looking for approval for bid 2024-063. This is for the improvements at Arnold's Neck Waterfront Park. We had a total of 5 bids. Skirka Construction was the lowest at $130,397. This project is 100% funded with council ARPA funds.
Thank you. Council President McAllister.
Thank you very much. Very excited about this project. This is, as you mentioned, this is part of the ARPA council funds. This is a Ward 7 project in Arnold's Neck. It's going to be a beautiful brand new swing set right on the water there, a little sitting area as well. I believe that area has been looking for something to upgrade for a long time. It's such a beautiful spot. We're fixing up a number of other areas down there as well, including the dock. But this is going to really be a benefit to the community that lives down there. They're very excited about it. I learned more about playgrounds and what goes into it than I ever thought, and how, being on the water like that, even the seagulls have an effect on that. So I thank you for the work that you're doing on this. I know that the neighborhood in Arnold's Neck is very excited about this, as am I. And I ask my fellow council members for support on this, as this is one of the Ward 7 neighborhood projects from ARPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. And just for a reminder, each ward through the ARPA funds, the administration working with this council allocated $1.8 million to $200,000 per ward for ward direct improvements. And we had an open bid process where people made requests. And this is just the continuation, as we're going to continue to see more of these projects come forward. Any questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of this council? Questions from the public? Questions, comments from the public? Thank you. The next item is bid 2024-157, purchase 2 2022 Ford Explorer Limited hybrids. Good evening, Major.
Good evening, Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department is seeking a 56-6 exception of bid to purchase 2 2022 Ford Explorer hybrid vehicles. The 2 vehicles would be purchased from McGovern Municipal HQ under the Greater Boston Police Council BAPERN, BAPERN, cooperative bid. Each vehicle is priced at $54,987 for a total spending authority request of $109,974. The vehicles are available for immediate delivery and are currently reserved pending authorization. If approved, this purchase would be made with previously approved ARPA capital outlay funds. Budget code 5100400. This purchase is also part of the Police Department's fiscal year 24 vehicle purchase plan.
Thank you, Major. I have a question for you. Will these be, have the accreditation system authorized hybrid vehicles to be frontline vehicles, or will these be support, if you will, vehicles?
These will not be frontline vehicles initially. It allows us to get our feet wet with the hybrid technology, see how they work out. 2 vehicles, that way we're not 8, 10, 12 vehicles into it and find out we don't like them or they don't work out for some reason. The feedback in general has been pretty good about them, though.
The feedback, I'm sorry?
Has been pretty good about the hybrids.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions? Councilman Gebhardt? Yours is working. You got another?
All right, thank you. Thanks, Major.
Thank you.
So now I'm back to the budget. It looks like you guys had 800,000 for vehicle fleet replacements. In the bid we saw earlier was about 610, and this is another 100K. So does this essentially exhaust the vehicles that you guys are looking to purchase this year?
That's
ARPA
correct.
funds?
This is roughly this is basically at 95% of our thing. We may come back for one article later, one more purchase, but
okay.
Not now.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting down to the bottom on the budget there. So, well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from the members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you. Major, I'm just curious, why wasn't this vehicle included with the other, or the previously awarded 9 vehicles?
Yes, so that was, these two are being purchased from McGovern under one particular cooperative bid, and the others were purchased on Colonial Municipal Group under a different bid, and they were both submitted at different times as we waited for the proper worded quotes and whatnot to be submitted from the vendor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next is bid. Oh, I apologize. Public comment, public questions, or please come up to the microphone on this bid. I used the wrong wording and I do apologize. It's on the bid. It's not the general comments. Thank you. Just please identify.
Thank you, Jim Tallani. Just one question. I've been reading some things about this specific vehicles and fire hazards that they're under investigation for. Are you aware of that?
I am not. Is it model year specific, sir?
So therefore, I would ask that that be reconsidered before approved. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Major. Did you have a question? I apologize.
I'm wondering if that was any particular model year.
Oh,
in particular.
He was asking specific, sir. The model year, if it was a, would it matter if it's a Explorer or a police rated cruiser?
I didn't know if his what he was referring to was specific to the
vehicle
Explorers, or is it a Yaris or some other type of a vehicle?
Well, yes, and thank you, and that's why I asked that it be considered and looked into a little further before final approval. Obviously, we don't want police vehicles catching fire. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. Major, your recommendation, what would be your pleasure? Would you like to still move forward with the purchase of the vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Next is bid 2024-130, Verizon Wireless Cellular Service. This is found on page 97. Good evening, Mr. Carlucci.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a request under City Ordinance 5610 to piggyback off the Rhode Island State MPA 299 to continue using Verizon Wireless and award them our wireless communication services and equipment for the upcoming year. The amount this year is $94,000 in the budget. It's slightly higher because our data usage has gone up somewhat. This covers not only the cell phones that we use, but also data cards, tablets, things that need cellular communications. Unfortunately, this will not be from ARPA funds. This will actually come out of our communication budget.
Excuse me, Phil, if I could ask all conversations be held outside while there's testimony going on. Thank you. Continue, Director.
That's it.
Thank you. Questions, comments from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Riggs.
I recall that soon after you became director, you had a comprehensive review of the different services that the city was paying for and found substantial savings. I wanted to ask if there have been ongoing efforts to make sure that we're not paying for devices or services that are no longer needed.
Funny you should mention that. The telecommunications manager had engaged with Verizon Wireless probably in April of this year to actually change some of our plans. Our data usage had gone up. We were trying to manipulate those plans to our advantage. They guaranteed us some savings. We saw the first invoice after we signed for those changes, and the invoice had gone up about $1,000. We have not been paying that. We are in negotiations with them. They've obviously screwed something up. So we anticipate a savings, but at this point in time, we still do not have it in writing.
Thank you for staying on top of that.
Thank you, Councilman. Further questions, comments from members of this council?
This is in the...
Yeah, please, go ahead.
This is in the weeds, but are those devices set up such that when they're near a city hotspot, they're using the Wi-Fi rather than the cellular?
They are not, but we use for most of the telephones we use are on an unlimited plan. The data usage plans go into the cars. They're not really pulled
I
up
see.
to a.
Okay. So the cellular connection in a police vehicle, in other
Yeah,
words.
we do pool our time across all the different departments. The issue we had were there are certain devices, won't go into the details,
Sure.
that with police and fire that use a great deal of
Got it.
data.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Further questions from the members of this council? Any questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2024-130? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. So the Finance Committee is continuing. I do want to invite anyone who wishes to sign up for public comment. It will begin at 7 o'clock. I welcome you to go up and write your name down for public comment at 7 o'clock. That'll begin as soon as the council president instructs. Bid 2024-076 Alpha, asphalt, concrete, hot mixes, and cold patches. Director.
Eric Earls, Director, Public Works. Public Works is looking to award to the 6 bidders who submitted bids. This is for the asphalt that we use for our hot patch and cold patch. So not for paving streets, but for making repairs, more isolated repairs.
Thank you, Director. I have just one simple question. We're still looking to work with Cardi Corporation.
As of right now, we haven't received any indication why we would not.
Okay, good answer. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions, comments from members of this council? Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Director, I support having the multiple bidders on this. As you mentioned, this is for, quick jobs, something that we need to fill. We get these calls every single day, so it is good to have options. So if you call one company, they're not available, you can go on to the next one to get the job done. So I agree with the multiple vendors on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Gebhardt.
Just confirming, Director, the 80,000 covers the entirety of the budgeted amount for this line item for the year?
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like 80,000 was the budget, but the time period is a little bit different, but that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from members of the council? Thank you. Any questions, comments from members of the public on this bid? Questions, comments from members of the public on this bid? Thank you. Thank you, Director. Bid 2024-076 Bravo, asphalt, concrete, hot mixes, and cold patches. Welcome back, Director.
Eric Earls, Director, Public Works. So essentially, this is the same thing, except this is for the water division.
Thank you. Questions, comments from members of this committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you, Director. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, and colleagues, at this time, we come to the items that are under the $50,000 threshold of the bids. I will ask members of this committee. I will then follow through and ask members of the council, and then I will ask members of the public if there is any item within the bid package that they would like to have discussed. So I will start with the committee, go to the council, and then ask the public if there's any items within the bid package you would like to have discussed. Councilman Gebhardt.
Can we talk about the next one up? It's
Street striping?
Yeah.
You got it. That is found on page 119. Councilman Gebhardt requests bid 2024-081. Are there any others? Councilman?
That's all for me.
Thank you. Councilman Foley. Thank you. Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this isn't the first time that we've had in excess of 20 to 25 bids at one council meeting. It's been discussed before. It's been asked to restrict to 20 to 25 bids, but that's not happening. And we're sitting here again this evening with 33 bids. And I know the answer. The answer is, well, we only have one meeting in July and we have one meeting in August. Well, I've been here 11 years. And in 11 years, we've had one meeting in July and we've had one meeting in August. And I don't ever recall having 33 bids come to us. And it is particularly concerning because it puts an undue amount of pressure on 9 elected officials to have to research all these items, 280 pages or something of documents that we have before us. And it's particularly concerning that when I do just a rough, I didn't put it on the calculator, but a rough add on these numbers under 50,000 this evening, we're talking about $280,000 that could potentially be moved through this city council without any discussion. And that is concerning. You can say, or someone can say, well, it's a $2,000 item, you know, what's the big deal? Well, the big deal is if it's only $2,000, take the $2,000 out of your pocket right now and give it out to the taxpayers. And I'm not asserting that anyone has said that. No one has said that. But this is not reasonable to expect this city council to have to digress through 33 bids. And by the way, I would point out that there's a certain percentage of these bids that are late. They're not here 60 days or 30 days. Some of them were done in July. The contract's over. So I believe that the taxpayers deserve to hear why departments need certain things when it's being packed in as deeply as it is. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to request that all the remaining items in this bid package be listened to. I want all of these items to be described. And why do you need this? Why do you need that? What's the significance? The taxpayers have a right to know why a bid is being requested for whatever the money is, because it's their money. And there's nothing in the council rules that prevent me from requesting that. So I'm requesting that all the remaining items, other than what Councilman Gebhardt has requested, be heard. Thank you.
Councilman, again, I don't want you to think I'm going to sound belittling, but I'm going to do it, explain it as best I can. There's a committee, and this committee, there's many committees on this council, which you are very aware of. This committee is tasked with the job of identifying and previewing and speaking and reaching out and asking the department. And if we find something, and I understand every council member can find something, we do, as a committee, do a great respect of reaching out and finding out. And if a constituent has a concern and they bring it up, or if, you know, they say, hey, what about this? Like the gentleman did, we can answer that question, or that question can be answered. But it was determined within our rules that we would identify items over $50,000, but it is this committee's job to address every single items and send a recommendation to the council. And I have, in the last 3 years, we've been running this committee. There has never been, the communication between the administration and the members of this committee and the members of this council is phenomenal. It is amazing. I can remember some summers ago where we had items in meetings where we were literally filibustered and we kicked 64 items from meeting to meeting to meeting, and it stopped city services. What 33 items on this bid package say to me is that we are moving forward as a city. We are updating direct services to our citizens. We are protecting our police. We are rebuilding our infrastructure. We are purchasing required vehicles. We are paving our streets. We are striping our streets. We are supporting and doing everything. We are allowing e-permitting so we can have more people in jobs. We are addressing more of our infrastructure than has ever been addressed in the last 30 years, and I feel very comfortable saying that. So I see 33 bids as, yes, a frustration, but as a person who's part of the committee that's required to do the homework, I also see it as a benefit because we are moving this city forward in leaps and bounds. So I respectfully will ask you reconsider, because the way I see it is, this committee was tasked with a duty, and we've done it. I think we've done it very well for the last 3 years. And you're basically saying, in my eyes, you don't see that that's the case, and you want to be able to go through every single item. And I find it also interesting because you say the taxpayers, well, we were elected by the taxpayers to represent the taxpayers. Some may not agree with how or who we are or how we do it, but that's our job. And that's what we do in this. And I'm doing my job, and I've represented Ward 3 for 7 years, and a lot has gotten done, and we've kept the spending down, and we've kept the taxes down. So I think we've done our job, and we've done it very well. And that includes all my fellow colleagues, including yourself. So I'm going to respectfully ask that, we not address everything, because this committee did it. If this committee had items they wanted to pull and talk that we haven't already discussed, we would have done it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, in the time, with all due respect, of course, in the time that you just took to give me that lecture, we could have gotten through quite a few of these individual bids. And there's nothing that I'm aware of, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's nothing in the council rules that prohibits me from requesting each one of these items that are under $50,000 to come before the city council. There's nothing in the council rules that say the finance committee must make that distinction between what can come before us and what can't. And by the way, your statement that the committee is doing its job, et cetera, I never said a word about the committee. I didn't say anything about this finance committee. You did. I never said a word about it. I said I wanted to have an opportunity for every one of these items to be disseminated, and just a brief explanation as why they're necessary, as opposed to just rubber stamping all these items through a total of $280,000 and say, okay, that's fine. So now
That's what you just said about the committee.
Between your time.
That, whether
and
you
my
want to admit
time-
it or not, that's what you just said about this committee.
What I
We
said-
don't do the homework, we rubber stamp.
No, that's not
That's
what I'm
what you
saying.
just said
No,
about this committee.
I'm just saying to approve every one of these items without having some due diligence on them is not correct.
And again, that's what you say about this committee, that we're not doing our due diligence. So Councilman, if you remember, you're right, there is no council rules, and I didn't make that request. What I said was, Councilman, I asked that you reconsider. I did not say that, oh, I'm going to use this rule or use that rule. I asked that you reconsider, and you have made it clear you want to continue.
I do.
Okay, I refer to the solicitor because I respectfully disagree.
Sure, thank you.
Let's take the next bid. We can move forward. He requested all of them, so we will go through one by one.
Thank you. Bid 2024-081, street striping. Chief of Staff Mackesy, you're identified. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. If I may, just no comment on the motion. It was suggested that some of these bids are late. The purchasing director would categorically reject that. None of these bids are late. It might just be using old bid numbers, budget codes.
And it's more of increases.
I'm sorry, please identify.
Francis Gomez, purchasing agent. And I don't see any 612 that are late when it comes to expiration of the bid. I just see requesting increases to their bid cap that has to do with that bid when it comes to a 612.
Thank you.
Further, just as to the number of bids, we have to run the government of the city. The
Right.
number of bids are the number of bids. When something comes up, we have to bring it to the council. Compared to other municipalities our size in the state, we have a very low threshold for what the city government can spend without bringing it to the council. You don't see that in other municipalities. So if the list does seem long, it's for those two reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Director, please.
And I would just like to add that after some research with the state of Rhode Island, there are only 3 cities that their threshold is still at 2,500 or below, and that's Warwick, Cranston, and Johnston. Most of them have adapted the state law threshold, the state threshold of $10,000 with $25,000 construction work. They are more up to date with that, and besides, all of the directors here try their best not to be late when it comes to 612s to extend a contract, and they are very on top of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Questions on street striping from this committee?
Thank you, Chair. Director, on the street striping, can you remind me when we do it because this is for the service, not just the materials, or is this just the materials?
Eric Earls, Director of Public Works. This is for an outside vendor to come and do the double yellow center lines and the white edge lines. All the other pavement markings that you see, crosswalks, turn arrows, those types of things, that's done in-house by Public Works.
Got it. So we have a line item where we purchase those materials, that paint,
correct,
et cetera. All right. Yeah, I was confused because I looked at the bid and it looked like they quoted or at least provided costs for some other things. Maybe I'm just not reading it properly, but like crosswalks and some things that I know we typically do.
We ask for those things in the instance that we may need them, like an emergency situation, or but we typically, because we can do them in-house and we can do them so much cheaper in-house, we don't typically have the outside contractor do that work. But we do kind of keep it in our pocket if we need it.
While we're on crosswalks, I just want to commend you and your team. They were out particularly early this year getting all the crosswalks restriped before school comes into session. So that's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of this council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, is there a list of the street striping projects that are being proposed? Do you have a list of those?
We do the same streets every year. If they're double yellow, we put back double yellow. If there's a white edge line, we put back a white edge line. So obviously we have a list because we do it every year, yes.
Does that include crosswalks as well?
Crosswalks, crosswalks we do every year.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from members of this council? Questions, comments from members of the public on this bid? Oh, I apologize. Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you.
So Director, on these, because I heard some of it, but then I'm getting some static, so I don't hear all the answers. So this is going to be for the parking, people that are striping, where like there's no striping, and there was striping before?
No, this is, like I said, we primarily use this vendor for the work that we can't do. And the work that we can't do is the long straight stretches like the double yellow and the white edge line. They bring a machine overnight. They do this work from 2 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the morning when no one's on the road. And they just knock out those long stretches. If there's a parking lot, a city-owned parking lot that needs to be restriped, then we can do that in-house with our own guys and our own paint machine.
So who does the one that, where, like on a main road and they got parking lines? For the
Well,
cars?
if it's a state road, and I think that's what you're getting at, then DOT would have to do that work.
Okay. I was told that the city was going to do one of the roads that I put in for.
I mean, that's possible. I'm not sure off the top of my head if that's our plan, but one of the tricky things with that is once we start doing something that is typically DOT's responsibility, DOT will expect us to do that, and they'll take it off their kind of to-do list, and then it becomes our responsibility. That being said, if there is an area that needs to get done and DOT is not being responsive, Public Works can certainly go out and do those areas.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2024-081? Thank you. At this time, I'm going to pause the Finance Committee, and then I will hand it over to the Council President, who will temporarily open the City Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are going to start the full council meeting at 7 p.m., so I just want to give council members a chance to get back to their seats, and we will start. We have a guest leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance at 7 o'clock. Also, there is a sign-up sheet on the podium if you would like to be heard during public comment. Thank you. I call the August 21st, 2023 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll. Here. Here. Here.
Here.
Here.
Here.
Thank you. At this time, we have a special guest who's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance from the Rocky Point Blueberry Farm. Nancy, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, and I just want to thank Nancy for a great year and at Rocky Point Blueberry Farm. I went with my daughter this year, and I don't know if you just want to mention, I know the season's over, but I just want to recognize you and thank you for coming out.
Thank you very much. We thank you very much for inviting us to come and to be part of your meeting tonight. We are very happy to be a part of this community, and we feel like we provide a community service by allowing people to come on our farm and pick the very freshest fruits possible. And in return, it's wonderful for our community to come and visit us and to help our business to grow. So thank you very much to the whole community.
Thank you, and congratulations on a successful season. And that was a new version of the national anthem we heard this evening, and Councilman Lattiser secured that from us from, I believe, one of the elementary schools in Ward 5. Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to thank you for inviting the owners of the Blueberry Farm here as well. They're also in Ward 5, and that was very kind of you to do, and they do an absolutely great job. Yes, the new version of the song you heard is from the 6th grade choir, I believe it is, of the Warwick Next School. We were at an event some time ago, and the choir had sung the national anthem, and it was actually our council administrative assistant, Joanne Canoia, who suggested to me that maybe we could have that recorded and bring it to our council chamber so we can have those youngsters be heard. And that was a great idea. And I want to thank you also, Mr. President, for agreeing to allow that to happen, to Director Carlucci for working his magic with it, and also for Principal Galligan, the choir at Warwick Next School, the choir director, for doing such a great rendition of our national anthem. Thank you very much, and thank you so much to our youngsters in that choir. We'll be listening to them for a very long time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. At this time, we'll reconvene the Finance Committee meeting. Thank you.
Major Lima.
It is 7:07 and the Finance Committee is back in session. We just discussed bid 2024-081 street striping. We are now moving on to bid 2024-085 police promotional testing. That is found on page 123. Just give me a moment. Good evening, Major. So what I'll do, Major, is I know that this committee, so I'll just go ahead and ask the committee if they have any particular questions on any items. I do have one. So this is, there are, for a promotional test, this is interdepartmental, correct? Oh, wait a minute, one moment, please.
This is not the entry exam for new candidates. This is for current personnel who are seeking to get elevated or promoted.
So personnel that are looking to become sergeants, lieutenants, captains, shift leaders?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So is each, if I look at this, I see candidates 1 through 5. I'm assuming that is for the most qualified candidates of a higher rank, or am I mistaken on that?
That's for any particular test that we might, it just depends on how many candidates sign up to take the test.
Okay.
That's what that number reflects.
Oh, I see. So if
Yes.
there's only 4 candidates, it's $45 a test. But if it's up to 60, it's $35.
Right, it's all staggered and tiered and
okay,
as a company sets for.
Thank you so much. Are there any further questions for members of this committee? Are there questions or comments from members of this council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Major, you're calling for this item to come out of Code 3390, police testing expense. The training is from Fire Service Testing Company. Why is that?
Why is the company name?
Fire Service Testing, is that?
Yeah, they started out as a fire testing company and expanded to police testing also eventually at some point. And we use them, the bid that's expiring now, 2-year bid, is not this company. But we have used fire testing service in the past prior to 2 years ago.
And this testing obviously is very important to the department in assessing, recruiting, et cetera, future police officers, correct?
That's correct, and it also aligns with the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. It's a great follow-up question, Major, because it would be like Prentice Hall is a printer of many textbooks, but you know, they're the company, so they probably started maybe at one point as a one-subject company and then expanded beyond there.
Yes.
The
name's
I
deceiving.
could see that. Yeah.
Yes.
I could see that. Thank you. And I was thinking of one other question, if you could just give me one other. Nope, that's it. Any other questions, comments from members of the council? Are there any questions or comments from members of the public on bid 2024-085, police promotional testing, bid 2024-085? Yes, please, come up. This is on the bid. Take your time.
Just wanted to know why you switched, Joanne Miller,
Thank you.
Ward 4. Just wondering why you switched back. What were the bids that you got?
This was the only bid this time around, so we accepted their bid, and we're familiar with the company, and we've dealt with them before.
Okay.
The current company did not rebid. The company that's currently expiring, they did not bid on this time around.
And it was open to the public. The public was notified that other testing companies could bid.
I'm sorry?
Is there a policy, a procedure that you follow?
They're normally on an email chain when the bid is put out for bid submissions. They're normally on an email notification list, especially if they're a current vendor, that this bid is up again and you're welcome to bid on it.
Is it local or nationwide?
A lot of these companies are not anywhere. The current bid that we're asking for tonight they're out of Florida.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I just want to, as a courtesy, just reiterate when people have questions for any of our directors, I welcome you to ask me. You do not have to say through the chair, but the Robert's Rules of Order is you ask a question at the direction of the chair, so therefore it doesn't become a personal back and forth if there is a controversial topic that's being discussed. The question, and then of course it would be the same courtesy by the directors as the questions are being submitted during the Finance Committee. So thank you very much for everyone's understanding on that. Any further questions from the public on bid 2024-085 police promotional testing? Thank you. Next is bid 2024-131 copier machine maintenance contract. That is found on page 126.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director. Thank you.
This is a bid under 56-6 to award Innovex the maintenance contracts on our new copiers and new Sharp copiers in the amount of $28,800. That's as close an estimate as we can get. This covers the copy charges and the maintenance materials for the copiers, including toner. If you remember back last year, we went out to bid. Innovex was the winner of that bid. Obviously, they get the contract with it. So that we don't run into issues as we did with the previous supplier of these services, we, at that time, split the invoices amongst all the different departments individually. They got lost in transit, became somewhat of a challenge to keep on top of them. So what I'm asking for is we will actually pay for this out of my budget, and then we will back charge the departments their appropriate costs associated with the number of copiers they have.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm waiting for the conversation in the hall. Thank you. So it says in fiscal year 2023, the city purchased 12 copiers using ARPA funds, but because they were purchased in this manner, as opposing to leasing them, the city sponsored a portion of the cost reduced. So that's basically what you just explained about.
Yes, sir. When we use the ARPA funding for it, there's two ways to purchase copy machines in the standard tradition. One is to roll the cost of the copiers into the monthly charge. That obviously escalates it quite significantly.
Yep.
Or you can purchase them up front and just pay a lesser amount each month to cover the number of copies you're using, which covers the maintenance, the toner, and things along those lines, not the consumable on paper. So what we did with the ARPA funds, we were able to reduce our operational costs.
I'm sorry, Director. I do apologize. If I could ask, just the acoustics in this building are amazing. They built it so that voices would echo, and there's currently a conversation going on in the back, and the voices are echoing. I'm just going to wait for the conversation to exit the call. All set, Sergeant. Thank you.
So as I said,
continue. Thank you.
We lowered our operational costs, which is from the taxpayers, by spending the federal funding out of ARPA upfront. And we covered the first quarter. So timing on this, the first invoice is going to be due at the end of September. They do it in quarters.
Wonderful. Thank you. And it's a Rhode Island company. As much as we would love to get more Warwick companies, because as you're aware, we have that 7% competitive rate that we give Warwick companies. So if they come within 7% of the lowest bidder, they get the bid. So that's great. Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from members of this committee? All set, Councilman. Are there questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director, and I appreciate that explanation. You've highlighted some things in your comments that the average citizen would not be aware of had we not discussed this. And it's close to a $30,000 item that you're looking to have us approve, and I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of this council? Thank you. Any questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2024-131 copier machine maintenance contract? Are there any further questions from the public on bid 2024-131 copier machine maintenance contract? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Next is bid 2024-112 miscellaneous police gear and equipment. This is found on page 128. Good evening again, Major.
Good evening, Major Sullivan.
If you need just a little additional time, that is absolutely fine. I know that you were addressing, having a conversation with a constituent, so you take the time you need to get your bearings.
Are there any specific questions on the item, or?
Okay, is there any questions from members of this committee? So this is just the basic tactical stuff that we allocate for our police, or is it the general streetwear that we allocate for our police since we have a constant fluid department?
This is generally the equipment we upfit our new officers with. Officers
okay.
that are new hires, and also if somebody has damaged items during the course of their duty, then it would be replaced out of this fund.
Okay, great, thank you. And this company, Surplus Provisions, they're usually the ones that come before us, correct?
They have recently, I'm sure I remember the item we had recently. It was the SWAT team helmets, the Kevlar helmets. Those were purchased through them.
Sure.
Several meetings ago.
Great. Thank you. Questions from this committee? Questions from the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Major, thank you for those answers. You certainly have expressed the need for the equipment that you're looking for. It's for new hires coming in. And I think your explanation was very acceptable for why you're looking to spend $25,000. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And it's interesting to go on what the councilman said, that as we're looking at this, so I noticed something, and I can understand I'm putting you on the spot there, Major, but it says OC spray canister holder, then OC spray. So basically it's the aerosol can, if you will, that goes inside the holder that has the trigger mechanism that they can go ahead and hit the perp with?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, thank you. That's right. Yep, we're going to get there in a second. I was just reviewing to make sure that I had the questions. Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2024-083, rebuilding, my correction, 2024-112, miscellaneous police gear and equipment? Any questions, comments from members of the public? Miscellaneous police gear and equipment. Thank you. Thank you, Major. Next is bid 2024-083, rebuilding or rebuild exchange transmissions. Are there any specific questions that members of this committee may have? Are there any specific questions that members of the council might have? Councilman Lattisaw.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's quite apparent that the representative or the director from DBW has left the building. So who else would like to describe the necessity for this request and what the money is going to be used for?
I'd like, thank you. Councilman, I thank you. I saw the chief, but I wanted to make sure I gave everyone an opportunity. So you obviously have a question, but I do want to read the memo into the record to save the chief. The department has reviewed the two submitted on the above and recommended award to the Peterbilt store and Camerota truck parts as the lowest responsive bidders. The request for all vendors is necessary for this department to ensure that most city vehicles, specifically emergency apparatus and sanitation vehicles, are not out of service any longer than necessary. These vendors individually provide particular services depending on what type of vehicle needs repair and/or replacement of a transmission. The recommended cap is $20,000 for a 1-year period. The bid currently expires on September 4th, 2023, and the new contract period will be from September 5th, 2023 to September 4th, 2024. And the budget code is 65-314. Chief, if you don't mind, if there's a question from any of the colleagues or the public. Thank you. Councilman Lattisaw.
Yeah, thank you for reading that in, Chairman. Hello, Chief.
Hi, Councilman.
Chief, the reason, or what is the reason why this bid is coming to us now when the new bid expires on September 4th? I believe that we have either a resolution or an ordinance, I can't recall which, that is requesting these bids come to us 60 days prior to the expiration of the contract, for a whole lot of reasons for that. There's business reasons, there's opportunities for us to review things, et cetera. So that was my point earlier when I said that there are numerous bids that come to us late, and this is one of them. So why is that? Why are we just getting this bid request now when this is a contract that expires on September 4th?
So,
and obviously it's a very important item that you need here.
I'm going to request that the chief let me divert to that question. I did have a conversation with many department heads over the course of the last few weeks with any bids that do not fall within the 60-day threshold. And there are many different reasons, many different purposes, but as the chairperson, I was given the respects of being reached out to, and they explained to me that they planned on having the bid come in. They understood it wasn't within the 60 days. And I said, that is absolutely fine. So the due diligence on this committee and the directors were done. And as this committee, so that they don't have to call all 9 council members. And so they called the chairperson of the finance committee, and we had a conversation, and I said, that's fine. It'll come before the committee. So that's why. And it's moving to us now for action.
Well, thank you for that, Chairman.
Certainly.
And I appreciate you taking the responsibility for these items that are coming late. Perhaps you could make a comment at the beginning of the meeting or the beginning of the item, why they're late and that you have authorized this, or perhaps just send us off an email ahead of time. That's all. And Chairman, before we move on to 2024-110, I would like to withdraw my request to have discussion on that one, giving the sensitivity of the item.
Thank you. Yep. So again, and I'm glad I have an opportunity to say this to the public. I know. To answer your question, maybe I could shoot off an email. Again, I'm a firm believer in the way that a system is set up, where you have committees, subcommittees, and council, and it is the council can then, so if you have a specific question as to that, I welcome you to call them, but I will not send out an email when they are doing their right process of emailing the chairperson of a 3-person committee, that is the finance committee. So if you have those questions, I welcome you. You stated yourself, you work very hard in this job. I welcome you to give those department heads a call and get the answers you have, because I can't predict your questions just as much as they can't predict your questions. So when we have our conversations, and I'm content, and if my committee members have the questions, they reach out to the departments, and we put a lot of attention into this before I stamp that good old rubber stamp and write onto this and approve everything. So that's up to you if you want to choose to do that. But I'm not going to send an email. If there's something that needs to be discussed, I'm kept aware of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the public, questions, comments? Oh, I apologize. Councilman Ricks, I apologize.
Chairman, quite all right. I put up my hand late. I was just going to comment that there are a number of different items, such as this one, that we as a city council have in the past, where we have had different city council rules where we go through each and every item. There has been some benefit to that from time to time in previous years. I can think of a few occasions, but I won't go into those details. I would also say that there was a reference earlier to filibustering, and I know that among different council members, I might not always be the most brief or succinct when I speak.
So if you don't mind, Councilman, if we can finish this bid, and I will be happy to refer to you, because I'm going to ask you direct. Is it specifically about this bid? If it's not, I must keep with the rules, but I can refer to you after we move on from this bid.
It's further comments aren't on this bid specifically. I was just going to make a suggestion based on some past practices that I know that under the current rules that have typically been used by the Finance Committee these last 3 years, the meetings have been moving along more quickly. And I do think that being able to pick out specific items under the $25,000 threshold has generally served well. But I would also say that any references to filibustering in the past, I really don't believe that any previous members of the city council, while I've been on the city council at least, have intentionally tried to drag things out.
So this is not on the bid. So I promise you, I'll come to you as soon as we close out this bid. I have to be consistent, Councilman. Thank you. Questions from the public on bid 2024-083. Good evening. Please identify yourself.
Hello, Joe D'Antonio, Myrtle Avenue. You were saying that this is for emergency repairs on transmissions for emergency vehicles or sanitation vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes, they're putting forward a bid to have a repair company on hand so that these vehicles are serviced quickly.
That's perfect, because you know what? There's nothing I hate more than not getting my trash picked up.
Yep.
And I think most of the people in your constituents around the city would agree with me in regards to when we have a truck down it really causes an undue burden on my household when I have too much trash in my bin. So I really appreciate this bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments on bid 2024-083, rebuilding or rebuilt exchange transmissions?
Mr. Chairman?
One moment, does this have to do with this bid, sir?
It has to do with all the rest of them.
Okay, I'm going to ask that Councilman Ricks finish his statement, then I can go to you. Councilman Ricks.
I suppose I'll sum it up by saying that I appreciate how members of this council, even through some very difficult times with the Zoom meetings earlier and everything going on with the pandemic, have been able to work together collaboratively. I know that it's not always been easy, but I do think that when people have specific questions, when they are trying to take a little bit more time to articulate thoughts, and otherwise when perhaps making a statement for the sake of having a disclosure in public, that I really do think that that's all in good faith and not a matter of trying to intentionally slow anything down. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lattisaur.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So taking a look at the time that has been spent so far on reviewing the items that we have and comparing it to the time that we spent discussing why or why not, and hearing the input from the department heads that have come forth, I think the point has been made. And I think it's very important that consideration be given to these items when they come before the city council, and to keep the bid package at a manageable level of items. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, as I said, I think my point has been made, and I would certainly be willing to withdraw the rest of the items that I've requested, unless someone else on the council would like to hear something, or certainly the members of the public would like to hear a specific item. Thank you.
Respectfully, Councilman, the fact that the comments you made at the very beginning reflected no faith in this committee in front of the public, I feel I'm going to deny that request, and we are going to go through each and every bid so that they can understand what the due diligence that we are doing within this to get this done. So
That's fine. I never said a negative word about the committee.
Respectfully, there were two things you said that basically said we didn't do our job. And if I remember correctly, the term was we rubber stamp the budget and we don't do our job. So
No, I never said
I do take
anything about the budget. I said we should not be expected to just rubber stamp the items in the bid package. I believe that's what my words were.
Thank you, which is the same thing as saying this committee doesn't do their part. So we'll continue on just to restore faith in this community and restore faith with this council. So next, we will not ask for a description, but I will go on to bid 2024-110, police undercover operator. What I'm asking, it's on the bid package. I'm sorry, one moment, please. What I'm asking for is not discussion. If there are specific questions, because it's on the bid package, I do not intend on exposing or discussing. What I'm asking is any questions from the committee, the council, and the public, you are welcome to go ahead and speak, email or contact the police department. But this is on the bid package, so we have addressed it. Thank you. Please, point of order. Please step up to the microphone.
Mr. Chairman, individuals can't make point of orders. This is out of line. Councilman, I ask that you move on to the next items. Residents can't make point of orders, only council people can. I ask that the committee continue to the next item if that is the chairman's pleasure. But we are going to continue to follow the rules here Thank you, sir, but you can, I can't speak at this time. The rules prohibit that. Mr. Chairman, if you would like to go on to the next item, please read the item, the number of the page is on, and that council members and members of the public can speak specifically to that item. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Sir, I do apologize for asking you up. I apologize. That was my misunderstanding of the rules. Bid 18 is bid 2024-142, furnish and install door at police station. This is found on page 139. Hey, Director. I was just going over the, so that you're replacing an existing door from the 1970s.
That's correct.
That's quite a bit. So does anyone from the committee have a specific question for our director? Does anyone from the council have a question for the director? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you. Director, I assume that this bid was requested by your department or the police department. Were there any other bids requested for this door?
No, we talked to a couple of vendors, but this was the only one that would provide a price.
I'm sorry, this was what?
This was the only vendor that would provide us a price.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And this item is a $14,372 repair?
Correct.
Thank you. It has been repaired. Oh, I apologize. It has been repaired multiple times over the last 6 months, so it's due to be replaced and upgraded.
Yeah, Public Works has tried. We've put Band-Aids on it, but no, the police department, this is the main door that used to go out of the back of the building.
Right.
And so it's not only that it functions as a security mechanism, and the door hasn't really been functioning in that capacity. So it's not your standard door. It's a lot more than that.
Understood. Thank you so much. Thank you, Director. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2024-142, furnish and install door at police station. Good evening, sir. Please identify.
Hi, Joe D'Antonio, 40 Myrtle. Just to be clear, this door is an original equipment from 1970?
The door that is being replaced, yes, it is.
Okay.
The door is original to the building, 1970s, and has been repaired multiple times,
All right.
particularly in the last 6 months.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to make a point, might not be pertinent. I just celebrated my 41st birthday 2 days ago, and I feel like I need a replacement. So please replace the door. Thank you.
Gotcha. Thank you. Happy birthday. Any further questions, comments from members of the public? Any further questions, comments on bid 2024-142, furnish and install door at police station? Thank you. Next is bid 2024-056, e-permitting. Good evening, Director.
Good evening. Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a 612 request asking to increase the spending authority on bid 2024-056 by $13,380, bringing the total of that bid for this year up to $45,224. As you know, the state, everyone in the state uses the same e-permitting system. So we're using it currently for the building department. We're using it for the sewer authority, and we're using it in the fire department. The police department, for anyone who has ever made any of their applications for permits or dog license or any of that stuff, uses a cadre of homegrown programming, spreadsheets, paper. They came and said, is it possible that we could join and use the electronic e-permitting system for these functions? So we went through it. We did a kind of a training session on it. And when it was done, the answer was an affirmative. They certainly can. So we went out and got a quote to have that module that department added, and those handful of those permits added into it, so they could be done online. I had a lively discussion with the salesperson. I felt that the cost of the one-time charge of $6,045 was a little excessive for doing the training and the setup, since we have a lot of expertise in-house. So I'm putting this forward as a not to exceed. My intention is to see how far we can do this in-house, using in-house people to actually create the forms, see if some of the IT folk can help out too, and we would reduce that initial cost somewhat, probably not in a significant amount.
Thank you, Director. So a quick question for you. Is this e-permitting, that is a federally required or a state required?
I want to be careful. I believe it's state highly encouraged. It may be state required.
Yeah.
It is a concerted effort throughout the state to use Viewpoint as the e-permitting system.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions from or comments from this committee? Are there questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate your explanation on that. It was pretty clear and pretty precise. Thank you.
I agree. I think that, you made the statement quite clear. Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments on bid 2024-056 e-permitting from the public? Sir.
Joe D'Antonio, Myrtle Avenue. I apologize. I missed the beginning of that. Was it for the police permitting to go to the e-filing? I don't want to ask
Director, if you don't mind, clarify.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
The idea is to have all of the police permits, liquor license, everything that we right now run on spreadsheets, small databases, paper, transferred over. It's going to take a period of time to do that. So the forms have to be created, tested, and all that stuff. But yes, the answer to the gentleman's question would be we eventually want to get there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason why I bring that up is there's been a few departments in the past that have been highly criticized about a paper and pen ledger or an in-house programming ledger. If we can do something right now to make everything uniform in the city, I think it benefits every single taxpayer in the city. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. That seems to be a true statement, right, Director?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you. Are there any further questions, comments on bid 2024-056 e-permitting from the public? Are there any further public comments or questions on bid 2024-056 e-permitting? Thank you. Thank you, Director. I'm just getting to the page. There we go. Thank you. Next is bid 2024-152 Aqua Shield Hot Box. Kind of interested in this. Page 162 in the bid package. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Eric Earls, Public Works Director. This is associated with the Lincoln Avenue project.
Right.
And because the Lincoln Avenue 30-inch line will need to be shut down for rehabilitation, a meeting was held with Providence Water, and they requested that Warwick Water remove the existing meter pit on Wheatland Avenue in Cranston due to its age and inaccuracy, and to install a new meter pit, a new meter set in a hot box enclosure in order for us to use emergency connections with the Lincoln Avenue 30-inch line is shut down.
Thank you. So this is a between the Warwick Water Division and the Providence Water Division in Cranston. So is this a cost share item, or is because it services just Warwick, it where we pick up that responsibility?
Yeah, this is ours.
Okay, thank you. That was clear. Questions, comments from this committee? Questions, comments from members of this council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Director, thank you for that explanation. I don't think there's a lot of people in this room that would have an understanding as to what an Aqua Shield hot box enclosure is. So I do appreciate that explanation on the expenditure. Thank you.
Is required, oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. Are there any questions, comments on bid 2024-152 Aqua Shield hot box? From the public. Are there any questions or comments from the public on 2024-152 Aqua Shield hot box? Thank you. Oh yeah, you may want to stay.
This is fun.
Yeah. Bid 2024-153, parts and materials for Camp Strup water meter. This is found on page 168. Director?
These are parts that are required as part of the installation of the previous item, the meter hot box for the emergency connection on Wheatland Avenue. Because we're going from a meter pit, which has been removed, to the hot box, these parts are necessary to bring the pipes up and out of the ground and into the hot box.
Thank you. And it's interesting to see that the parts to support the hot box are 3/4 the cost of the actual product that they support. Yep. It's $9,131.27. That's interesting. Any questions from members of this committee? Questions? Any questions from members of the council? This is on bid 2024-153, parts and material for Camp Strup water meter. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, thank you for that description and thank you for that explanation.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2024-153, parts and materials for Camp Strup water meter? Are there any questions or concerns from the public on bid 2024-153, parts and materials for Camp Strup water meter? Thank you. Next is bid 2024-074, parts washer rental and service. This is found on page 176. Director.
Public Works has reviewed 2 bids submitted for the above project, parts washer rental and service, and recommend award to Safety Clean Systems as the lowest overall responsible bidder in the amount of $9,000.
For clarification, this is $9,000 for a 2-year period, Director, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and the contract will expire in 2025, but the price will be locked in.
That is correct.
Thank you. Questions from members of this committee? Questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Director, on the description of the bids, you have items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. In item 5, it says service costs per parts washer every blank weeks. There's no number filled into that. The item number 2, number 3, and number 4 does have a time frame. Is there a particular time frame for this, or was there a reason why that was left blank?
The past precedent, I believe, is referenced in the notes that the previous service in the past with Safety Clean was on a 12-week term.
So we would assume that would be 12 weeks on that item as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, Councilman Gebhardt, for identifying that before the director did in the committee. Further questions from members of this council on bid 2024-074, parts washer rental and service, found on page 176. Are there any questions, concerns from members of the public on page 176, bid 2024-074, parts washer rental and services? Are there any questions, concerns from members of the public on bid 2024-074, parts washer rental and service? That is found on page 176 within our bid package. Thank you. Next is bid 2024-154, pressure reducing valves. This is found on page 179. Director.
Warwick Water Division is requesting an exception to notice for the purchase of one pressure reducing valve for the large meter pit that is located in the Potawatomi section of Warwick. The pressure reducing valve, the current pressure reducing valve installed in 1999 has started to malfunction and needs to be replaced.
And just for the record, if you wouldn't mind, I know that you're handling a lot of items. If you wouldn't mind just identifying yourself associated with this bid, which is bid 2024-154, pressure reducing valves.
Eric Earls, Director of Public Works.
Thank you so much, Director. Councilman Gebhardt, thank you.
Director, as you know, I represent the Potawatomi section of Warwick. Are we experiencing issues out there related to this pressure releasing valve?
Not to my knowledge. The pressure coming into the station is 100 PSI, and it's just, my understanding is that that's what we need to maintain. But to my understanding, it hasn't gotten to the point where people would notice the difference.
Okay, great. So this is getting ahead of a problem before it becomes a much bigger problem.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question, Councilman, because that's one of the nice things about being able to catch up with a lot of the infrastructure. Now we can start being preventative instead of, reactionary. And I commend the department on that move. Once again, direct service to the constituents. Are there any questions from the members of the committee? Any further questions? Is there any on bid 2024-154, pressure reducing valves, found on page 179? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation, Director.
I'm going to ask if we could just stop for a moment, let someone just shut off their phone, silence their phone. Thank you. Councilman, please.
Thank you. You've explained that well, and it's obviously an important piece of infrastructure, and I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. So on bid 2024-154, pressure reducing valves, found on page 179, are there any questions from the public, questions or concerns from the public concerning bid 2024-154, pressure reducing valves, found on page 179? Thank you. Okay. Next will be bid 2023-185, emergency lighting equipment. This is found on page 186 in the bid package, and it looks like this bid will go from January 4th, 2023, or this is a sub-A, so it's looking for to increase the award. I apologize, Major, I didn't mean to steal your thunder. I'll let you go ahead and explain it as better than I just did.
Yes, sir. The police department is requesting a 612 increase spending authority for this bid. The bid was originally awarded to Strobes and More LLC out of West Philly, Rhode Island. The original approved spending authority was $10,000. We're seeking an additional $8,000 to bring it up to a total new spending authority of $18,000 with the same time period of January 4th, 2023 and expiring January 3rd, 2024.
Okay, just for the record, on page 186 is just a simple misprint, and I thank you for identifying that for me before. If you look at the current contract period at the bottom of page 186, within our bid package, it says the contract period was from January 4th, 2023 to January 3rd, 2023. It's just a simple misprint. It's supposed to be January 2024, correct?
It's January 4th, 2023.
Yep, to January 3rd, 2024.
2024, yes, sir.
Thank you, yes. Yes. I don't believe so in the bid package, solicitor.
It's not reflected on the actual resolution, so it's a clerical error on the supportive document, so there's no action that needs to be taken. It's on record.
Thank you. I just wanted the solicitor to verify that. Yep, no action is taken. It's within the bid package. The information is correct. It's just a number misprint. Gotcha. Any further questions, Councilman?
No, I'm good.
Councilman, any questions? No. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of this council on bid 2023-185, emergency lighting equipment? That is found on page 186. Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. So Major, this expenditure, this will be used in addition to other monies that have been approved for various components needed for vehicles, which will also include some minor repairs if there's an accident or any type of alteration that's needed to an existing vehicle, correct?
This is exclusively for lighting equipment, sir.
Okay.
Yes. So it could be as a result of an accident, something has to get replaced. Another instance is a couple of vehicles we purchased last fiscal year were otherwise civilian models, and the bid did not include lighting, so they had to have aftermarket lighting upfitted for them. So that can drain this line item a little bit by doing that.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you so much. And if I can just identify that, though in the cover letter for this bid, the date was wrong at the current contract period. If you look in the body of the letter and the statement, the contract period is correct. It's printed correctly. So it is, it was just one item, one little misprint of a number, so we're good to go. Are there any further questions from members of this council? Are there any questions from members of the public on bid 2023-185 emergency lighting equipment? That is found on page 186. If you're going to ask a question, please just identify your name. Thank you.
Hi, Cindy Wilson. I'm pretty sure you're going to cut me off on this, but my understanding was if you were going to postpone the public comment section, that it was going to be voted on, and I don't recall that happening. Can you give us a timeline of how much longer you're going to be? Because, you know, we've been here since 7. I think it's close to 8. Can we have a timeline? Could you say anything to us? We're all clearly sitting waiting to talk.
I absolutely can. So I will say this, because we have an ordinance that within the rules of our council that says any item that's above $50,000 must be heard within this committee. Spoken to and pulled out of and listened to from the bids. Any item over 50,000. Any item under 50,000, it would be at the pleasure. So let's say if Councilman Gebhardt had a concern about one particular item, or he wanted clarification because maybe it wasn't clear, so we spoke to the director, and so then he said, okay, I'll make sure I make that statement on the microphone so that people can understand it. He would pull that item for discussion. So what we do is we do a process where we ask the committee, would you like to pull, is there any item you'd like to pull? And we always have, someone always has an item. Then we go to the council and we ask the council members, and let's say if you had the bid package before you, or if you reviewed it at home on the computer, you would pull up a bid. And if you had a question about a bid, you could come up to the microphone and say, we have a concern about this bid. What this does is this streamlines the meeting, and it does respect, but this is so if there is any concerns, it's brought out into the open. And more importantly, it's brought out into the open where we're respecting the time and we're keeping the meeting flowing. At one point, Councilman Lattiser requested that we identify all items. So once that request was made, as the chairperson of this finance committee, I determined, okay, I disagreed with that request, but at the same time, he later made the statement that he asked that we not review all the items. Well, my attitude is, once we committed, we're committed. We're going to continue doing it. So as far as a timeline to answer the question, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items further to speak on. And we will go to those items, go through those items so that the government operates and so that the requests made by the council person, but also the concerns brought up, are addressed. This is how it goes. So she left? Okay. There we go. Yeah, so the rest of the public understands that's the process. So again, it's ensuring that the concerns are addressed. There was a request made, and we can't just make a request. Well, he can make a request, and once we committed to it, we committed to it. So we have those items to discuss, and then we'll move on to the next committee. Sir, I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Joe D'Antonio, Myrtle Ave. The major had spoke that they were able to purchase some vehicles that were civilian vehicles, and I just wanted to applaud the major in regard to that, because I feel like they probably got that at a discount and were able to save the taxpayers some money. Granted, they had to spend the money to outfit it with the emergency lighting, which is obviously required for a police car.
Yeah.
But I appreciate his due diligence in the fact that he tried to save the taxpayer a little bit of money. Thank you very much for your time.
Oh, thank you. And I would also say that the city now participates in an online government auction. So we put our vehicles on auction, and we also can purchase vehicles from auction. And some years ago, the city signed up for federal surplus. So we can purchase, and actually one of our pumpers in the fire department came from Germany, and it was practically a brand new machine that was used at a military base, and it was purchased. We paid $1 for it and $10,000 to ship it here. So $10,001.
But thank you, and I apologize. I didn't mean to turn my back on you when you were talking.
No, that's
Thank you.
fine. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman.
Yes, if I may. So to follow up on Chairman Howell's comments regarding why we're here so long, I take full responsibility for requesting that all the rest of these items under $50,000 are brought before us this evening for discussion. I'm sure everyone has noticed that we have an unusual occurrence in this council chamber. The occurrence is so many members of the public are here. We don't have this type of attendance at the budget hearings. So,
excuse me,
to say that-
Mr. Chairman, if we can just continue with the bid package, I think we have talked this, move to the next item, please.
The request was made, I agree, thank you, Mr. President. The request was made by the councilman that we go through the items. We'll continue through the items. Any further questions from the public on 2023 185 emergency lighting equipment found on page 186? Thank you. The next item is 2024-111, Police Automotive Graphics Replacement. This is found on page 199. Correct, 199. I wrote it sloppy. There we go. All right. Major, thank you.
Good evening, Major Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department went out to bid for police automotive graphics replacement. We received 2 bids. First was from MHQ of Marlborough, Massachusetts, and the second from Paul Tucker, doing business as Sign Logic out of Hudson, Mass. The Police Department recommends awarding Paul Tucker, DBA Sign Logic, the contract as they were the lowest qualified bidder. The bid is spending authority being sought is $7,000 and will come out of the automotive budget code 30-330 auto vehicle maintenance. and will be for a one-year period, and that will start on October 21st, 2023, and expire on October 20th of 2024.
Thank you, Major. So if you don't mind me asking, is this in preparation for the new vehicles that are being purchased that we discussed this evening?
Partially, yes, sir.
Partially, yeah.
More often it's for repairs and accidents and so on and so forth.
I see.
And
I
this
see.
it's a bid we keep in place all the time.
But it could be used for repairs, accidents. It could be used replacement. It could be used for new applying.
Usually the new vehicles include the graphics,
Right.
pricing, and the line item.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Foley.
Major. Point of clarification, this bid in particular, the bids that you have discussed with us tonight in general are submitted and posted online, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your justification, the blurb, for a better term, that you gave at the beginning of your presentation is included there.
Yes, sir.
And over the course, I've been on the council now almost 3 years, and I know you've been in the department much longer than that, and you've been the liaison to us for better part of this year. So you and I have had numerous conversations outside of this chamber.
Yes.
And that's afforded to any member of the council to do that, correct?
It is.
All right, thank you very much.
Great point. Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of this committee? And this is on bid 2024-111, police automotive graphics replacement, found on page 199 within the bid package. Are there any questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Major, for giving your explanation on this item. I'm sure all the members of the public that are here this evening that don't have an opportunity to go on the websites, et cetera, because of whatever their lives entail, I'm sure they appreciate it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from members of the public from page 199, 2024-111, police automotive graphics replacement? Are there any further questions from the public or comments on bid 2024-111, police automotive graphics replacement, found on page 199? Thank you. The next bid is going to be found on page 201. That is bid 2024-128, linear systems hardware support contract. Good evening, Major, once again.
Good evening, Major Sullivan for the police department. The police department is seeking spending authority in the amount of $7,000. And this will be a 56.6 and is for the annual maintenance and licensing contract for linear systems, which is DIMS, Digital Information Management System. That is what houses all our digital evidence and so on and so forth. Pictures, videos, etc.
Wonderful, thank you. And I just want to correct myself, Major. It was found on page 202. That's
Yes,
my
sir.
mistake, within the bid package. So this contract goes from November 1st, 2023 to October 31st, 2024. It's a one-year contract for $7,000, expenditure of $7,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Major. I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments, questions from members of the public concerning bid 2024-128 linear systems hardware support contract found on page 202? Good evening, sir.
Joe D'Antonio, Myrtle Ave. Just wanted to have you thank the Major for explaining it to us what that DIMS software was all about. It was very informative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any further questions from concerning the public? Are there any further questions from comments from the public on bid 2024-128 linear systems hardware support contract? That is found on page 202. Thank you. Next is, the next bid is found on page 206. And that is bid 2024-155, purchase of one turbidity meter. I had to take a deep breath and think it through. Go ahead, Director.
Eric Earls, Director, Public Works. The Warwick Water Division is requesting purchase and installation of one turbidity meter located at the Potawatomi Pit facility. The current turbidity meter, got me too, has rendered itself inoperable and needs to be replaced. The meter is used as a water quality indicator, measuring suspended particles and liquids. Using a 56.6 for R.E. Erickson Company in the amount of $6,466.53 for the purchase and installation of the turbidity meter.
Thank you so much, Director. Councilman Gebhardt.
This sounds very important. Any indication on how quickly we can get it installed, or is it already done and this is a retroactive?
It indicates delivery time of 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any further questions from this committee concerning bid 2024-155? I will not repeat the title. That is found on page 206. Are there any further questions from members of this council on bid 2024-155? Councilman Lattiser.
No questions. Director, thank you for that explanation.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2024-155, page 206? Are there any questions from the public on bid 2024-155, which is found on page 206? Thank you.
Turbidity.
Turbidity. Now you're just showing off. The next bid is on page 216. This is in the amount of $4,200. It is bid 2024-143, Celebrate Certified Operator and Physical Analysis Semester. Major.
Good evening, Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department is seeking a 56.6 exception and notice requirement for specialized training to send one of our detectives to Celebrate Examiner course. The course is $4,200 and would be drawn from our budget code 30-302 training. This course is basically to be authorized and trained and certified in examining cell phone evidence and extracting data from cell phones and similar devices.
Thank you so much. And that's usually done in-house, correct, Major? So that's why.
Yes, sir.
That's outstanding. Any questions from members of this committee? Are there any questions on bid 2024-143, Celebrate Certified Operator and Physical Analysis Seminar, on page 2216? Questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Once again, thank you, Major. I know for certain that everyone, not only in this chamber, but throughout the city, appreciates your willingness and your exercise of responsibility, not just yourself, the fire department, DPW, and as well as the other departments, and the importance of training. And we all know how important that training is. And I appreciate the fact that the members of the public who are here this evening get to see where some of their taxpayer dollars are being spent and why they're being spent. So with that said, I consider this very important stuff to go through. Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the public or any questions or concerns on bid 2024-143, Celebrate Certified Operator and Physical Analysis Seminar, found on page 216? Sir?
Joe D'Antonio, Myrtle Avenue.
Thank you, sir.
I heard the major mention that it was a seminar for being able to recover data from cell phones, but you had mentioned that you usually do that in-house. So my curiosity is this like a train the trainer so that this particular individual, this detective, will be able to then filter the information learned from this seminar to the rest of the department, so then it just kind of like twofold, just keeps on getting better?
Great question. Major, would you mind?
This is training specific to this individual who can, as an individual who is trained, is authorized and will hold up in court later on, being certified, that they can hook a phone up to our Celebrate software and extract the info. If I did it and went to court, it'd get dismissed because I don't have that training.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, I think in the digital age that we're living in, it's a very important asset to have for this city, especially with all the dangers that are on all these cell phones that we're carrying around. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's interesting that the person, Major, has to be certified. You know, it's understandable too that they have to be certified to say that they legally and cooperatively did that to get the information. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions from members of the public on or concerns on bid 2024-143, Celebrate Certified Operator and Physical Analysis Seminar? Are there any further comments or questions from members of the public on bid 2024-143, Celebrate Certified Operator and Physical Analysis Seminar? That is found on page 216. Thank you. Bid 2024-151, State of Rhode Island BCI course. This is found on page 228. Good evening, Major.
Good evening, Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department is seeking a 56-6 exception of bid for a spending authorization in the amount of $3,600 to send one of our detectives to the state's BCI training. It's a 2-semester event at University of Rhode Island's campus in South County. Funding would be derived from budget code 30-302 training.
Major, I'm going to ask if in our statement sheet and within the bid itself, if you please go to refer to page 228, sir, or it's on our bid package, 328. It's the cover sheet where it says code 3302 police training. If you look at the bottom where it says section 506, it says a contract award is $3,900, and then it says a one-time purchase. And then if you go down in your letter, you have $3,900. But if you go further, you see $3,600. So you, in your statement, you said that you would like to request $3,600, but the total amount, and I do see that it has on the explanation paper, miscellaneous 300 books. So if I could ask you to amend your total ask, because on the record you said 3,600.
Yes,
if
sir.
you wouldn't mind asking for 3,900.
Yes, sir. 3,900 would be the accurate.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
sir.
What's that? Yeah, the textbooks of 300. Yep. 3,900 is correct. So the tuition of the Office of Strategic Initiatives, that's 3,600. That's the first few pages. And then we continue on in your breakdown, in your invoice of the breakdown, you have 3,600 for the semester and then $300 in the textbook. So just for clarification on the bid package. So the total ask is $3,900. Excellent. Are there any questions from the committee? Are there any questions concerning bid 2024-151, State of Rhode Island BCI costs, which is found on page 228 from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Major. I don't have any questions any further.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't have any further questions.
Oh, okay. Give me one moment. And are there any questions from the public on bid 2024-151, State of Rhode Island BCI course found on page 228. Are there any questions from the public on bid 2024-151, State of Rhode Island BCI course found on page 228? Thank you. I'm going to request a 5-minute recess. Any objections? Thank you. Twenty-four 122. Sir. Please state your name.
Barry Cook, 20-year resident of the city, president of the Warwick Taxpayers Association. I'm not going to belabor the point because you've heard me say it before, but just for my purpose. I was an East Providence City Councilman way back when God was a child.
Sir, does this have
I'm
anything
getting
to do with the
you let me
bid?
speak, I'll get to the point.
Well,
Seriously.
I'm just asking you because we had a long docket and a long evening, and I'd just like you to, is the question concerns of the
I'm
bid?
if you let me finish, I'm gonna deal with this.
Well, you're bringing up from like 30, 40 years ago.
I'm
I'm
gonna make a
asking
point,
about
if
the
you
bid.
if you would be so kind as to let me finish in
Is
1
it
minute, I'll
about,
be
is it
done.
about the bid?
It's about the bid.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
You're a piece of work, Mr. Howe.
Thank you so much. My mother would
The
agree.
comment that I want to make is this. This is the Director of Public Works. Councilman Lattiser asked him, who is the present contract? His answer was, he doesn't know. Well, he should know. My comment is simply this. If he's not prepared to answer the questions, he should have stayed home.
Excuse me, sir. I appreciate you being here, and I'm gonna just state that comment with, as I've said numerous times, I do understand some questions come up, but also I think that Councilman Lattiser asked him. He said he didn't. He was honest and direct, and the councilman said, please give me that information when you get a moment. I don't see how it's prudent to deciding on this contract. So again, Director, I appreciate you being here at this late hour, giving us the answers that are being asked and promising to follow through with the answers that are being asked. And so nothing was malicious. I didn't take anything the Councilman Lattiser asked as malicious. I didn't see it as something where it should have been. I'll wait a minute. Thank you. I didn't see it where it should have been as something that avoids and stops the bid that is before us now. So, Director, I do appreciate you agreeing to get the councilman the answer tomorrow for the last bid. Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions from the public on bid 2024-122, found on page 243? Oh, thank you. For the public, Councilman Ritz.
For the public, I suppose. I just wanted to briefly comment that the DPW director works with literally hundreds of different vendors. That's all.
And actually, the DPW looks over many. It's the largest department in the city. And they do have a purchasing director. And whatever the reasoning may be, he's here answering the questions tonight. And I'm going to reiterate and reaffirm that the councilman respectfully asked for information. The director honestly and respectfully answered him, and the councilman asked for clarification tomorrow, and that's done. It was done. Thank you.
Chairman, it's me, Eric, over here.
Oh, sorry.
Hey. My business manager, Krista Moretti, is watching, and she's the one who manages the rink and is the one responsible for this. She has indicated that the current vendor is the same as the proposed vendor. Now go.
Thank you so much, Director. Councilman?
Thank you, Christie.
Thank you. And thank you, Christy. Okay. Next is bid 2023-048 Alpha, Pest Control Services, found on page 247.
Pest Control Services. Public Works is requesting permission to increase PCR 7322 from 3,000 to 6,000 and extend the current contract period to August 31st, 2024.
Thank you, Director. If I may be excused for one moment, I want to sidebar with the solicitor. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Are there any questions or concerns from the council, committee? I apologize. Are there any questions or concerns from the members of the council? Councilman Lattiso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're discussing pest control services, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Director, in your presentation, it says that this bid, let me back up. It said the department is seeking approval to extend the current bid with Falcon Crest Pest Control for an additional 1 year at the current pricing. There was a bid advertised and one submission received. The bid was approximately $10,000 for 1 year of service for just the public works portion. In my bid package, I don't see any bid from anyone else at $10,000. Would you have any knowledge as to whether or not that bid was submitted to purchasing? You know, somewhere along the line, we've had numerous bids, not just this evening, but other times when accompanying documents that should be included in the bid package haven't been included. And this is another example. We had another one earlier this evening with the police department, I believe it was. That bid of approximately $10,000 would be important to us to see. So do you know if that other bid was submitted in for this package?
No, I don't believe we ever gave it to purchasing. The bid was incomplete, and so it was disqualified. So it wasn't necessary to be part of this. When we received that bid, we went this route and saved the city considerable amount of money, because this is going to be $3,000, and it's going to cover Fire Station 1, Fire Station 2, Fire Station 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, the Fire Alarm Building, DPW, Water Division, Police Department, City Hall, Pilgrim Senior Center, and the Highway Office. The other bid was $10,000 for Public Works.
Director, I am not questioning your reasoning. That is quite obvious. I was in business for many, many years. I understand the math. I understand the numbers. I'm not questioning that. What I'm questioning is, this says the bid was approximately $10,000 high. There's nothing in here so that we can take a look at that bid. Now, you said the bid was incomplete. There's been dozens of times over the years when we've had incomplete bids and those bids rejected for whatever reason. Typically, it's always explained to us in our position paper. And I'm sorry if I'm, bothering you with this, but there's been times where those have occurred and it's always been explained to us. That's not here. So I'm not questioning your judgment to go with 3,000 versus 10,000. What I'm asking for is, or asking about is, why isn't this document, this bid, included in our package? That's all. I think that's a pertinent question to ask when we're making financial decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I would like to say that it's mentioned in the statement, and I understand what you're saying with the other bid, but I'm very happy that this is a Ward 3 small business, a business that was already contracted, a local Warwick Ward 3 business, and so I was happy to see that, and but I do understand the point you're making. Any further comments, questions from members of the council on bid 2023-048 Alpha Pest Control Services found on page 243? Thank you. Are there any questions from the public? Comments or questions from the public on page 2023-048 Alpha Pest Control Services found on page 247? Are there any further questions from the public on bid 2023-048 Alpha Pest Control Services found on page 247? Thank you. Thank you, Director. There he is. The next is bid 2024-141, Office Tracker Calendaring System. That is found on 263. Good evening, Phil.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a request under City Ordinance 56-6 to award the maintenance of the Office Tracker software product to Millam Corporation in the amount of, excuse me, $2,645. Office Tracker, despite my best efforts, is a product that is still used in the city. It's a calendaring program. I've tried numerous times to migrate people onto our standard Office product. Unfortunately, there's some features that Office Tracker has that Microsoft Office will offer in their 365 version, but we still use the on-prem version and the Outlook client, so we don't have it available to them. This is obviously coming to the council late, and it may be what Councilman Lattiser was referring to. And I do apologize for that, but it puts us in a bit of a bind. We can't submit hard numbers like this until we get a quote. And as repugnant to the intellect as it may be, we have a hard time sometimes getting businesses to submit a quote for us to pay them. This was turned in the day we received the quote. It expired yesterday, but because of the circumstances, I contacted the company. They've extended it and understand our situation. So my apologies, but that's why it's late.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate the time and the discussion on this. Hearing you talk about inundated technology, I can feel Councilman Gebhardt kind of just shaking, agreeing with it. Any questions from the committee? You're calm?
He wants to see us, Councilman Gebhardt wants to see us go to Office 365.
That's right. That's right. Any questions from members of this council on bid 2024-141 Office Tracker Calendaring System? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your explanation on this, Director, and thank you for your candidness as well as regarding the timing. I do appreciate it. The question that I have is, why did you decide to go for only a one-year renewal when there was a two-year renewal presented to you at the same price? No, I'm sorry, not the same price, but
if it was the same price, I would have taken the 2 years.
For each year, the same price for this year and the same price for next year. So I'm just curious as to why you chose to go with a 1 year.
Despite my past failures, I'm still confident that I can displace this product altogether and save the city $2,600.
Okay, great. Good answer. Thank you.
I refuse to believe that answer. Past failures. Any further questions from members of this council? Are there any questions or comments from members of the public for bid 2024-141 Office Tracker Calendaring System, page 263? Are there any further comments or questions from the public on bid 2024-141 Office Tracker Calendaring System, found on page 263? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. The next is bid 2021-241, analytical testing of water samples. This is for a total of $750.50. That is found on page 267. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Eric Earls, Director of Public Works. The Water Division is requesting permission to increase PCR 2621 from $40,000 to $40,700.50. The cost increase is associated with an increase in the testing of the water samples.
Thank you, Director. Are there questions from members of this committee? Questions, concerns from members of the council on bid 2021-241, analytical testing of water samples, page 267, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, I see in this position paper where it says the current 2-year contract expired on April 25th, 2023, which is what this request is referring to. We have in our package, we have an invoice dated March 31st, 2023, almost a month earlier than the contract expired. I also notice on this invoice, let me back up a minute. Who receives these invoices with respect to this department anyways? Who receives these invoices?
I'm not sure who specifically they go to within the water division, but it's the water division, obviously.
Okay, so it goes to the water division. Well, I know, I'm asking that question because it's been stated here before when I've asked the question that, well, the bills don't always come through us. Sometimes they go, right to finance. So that's why I'm asking the question again.
Oh, actually, if the invoice address is correct, that looks like what happened. The invoice is addressed to Warwick Water Department, but it's the 3275 Post Road address. So it may have gone there directly.
Right. And it's also included in that address is purchasing division. So this invoice would have gone, or I should say would have missed the water department and gone right to purchasing, right? You would assume.
You assume.
Yeah. Typically, when these invoices are received by purchasing, aren't they normally, as a rule, or required to be time-stamped when they're received?
I don't know how purchasing handles their correspondence.
Is anyone from purchasing still here? Would the chief of staff know whether or not it's protocol?
Sorry.
Good. Aaron Mackesy, Chief of Staff to the Mayor. No, Councilman, I do not. I can just speak from experience, having worked for the city now since January of 2021. Different departments do timestamp pieces of correspondence differently. In the mayor's office, we timestamp the envelope and then affix the envelope to the piece of paper when delivering it to the appropriate staff member.
Thank you for that. So this item is not time-stamped as far as when it was received, and it brings me back to my original point. Here we are in August, and we're being requested to pay an overage of $750.50 for an item that was invoiced to us in March, and to complicate the formula even further, for a contract that expired April 25th, 2023. So does anyone know what happened? How did this invoice fall through the cracks, or what? I mean, obviously it's going to be paid.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't have the answers, but I agree that it's certainly something that needs to be discussed within the water division. Obviously the work was performed within the contract period. So the main issue is, to your point, that we should have processed this considerably earlier than August? We in August now? Yeah. So that's, I apologize for that, and I can certainly look into why that happened and do my best to see that it doesn't happen in the future.
Thank you for that. I appreciate your response.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of this council on bid 2021-241, analytical testing of water samples? Are there any questions or concerns from members of the public on bid 2021-241, analytical testing of water samples, found on page 267? Are there any questions from members of the public on bid 2021-241, analytical testing of water samples, found on page 267? Wonderful, thank you. That concludes the bid package. May I have a call for action on the consent calendar vote?
Move favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, the Finance Committee continues. I would like a motion for acceptance of the minutes on the committee meeting held July 17th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Next is PCR 88-23, resolution relative to abatements. How you
Good
doing, Director?
Good, thank you. Good evening, Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. This month, we have abatements in the amount of $131,572.35. As usual, the majority of these are exemptions because the tax bills recently went out in July. In the first quarter, there's a lot more people that come and apply for their exemptions. But there were some larger real estate abatements that were processed. I'll go through and highlight a few of those just so you understand. Comprehensive Community Action purchased a building on Buttonwoods Avenue. The property was previously taxable. Now that it's owned by them, it's tax exempt. Also, Coastline EAP was a tenant in the Summit. They moved over to 931 Jefferson Boulevard. They've been in the city since 2007. They've been tax exempt since 2007. You'll see that on the report under Gateway 2. And lastly, Hillsgrove Condominiums, which is on Kilvert and Greystone. They converted, I believe, 19 or built 19 individual condominiums on that lot. That lot should have had a zero land value once they taxed the individual condominiums, but it got left on, so that had to be abated. But I'll answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you. And is this also including the first round of people who were appealing the value of their houses from the last?
Yes, this is the beginning. The appeal period runs through October 15th, so
Yep.
we still got several months where they can apply.
Certainly, but there are some included in this?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Any questions from members of this committee?
No, sir.
Are there any questions from members of the council for the director pertaining to abatements?
Mr. Chairman, at the appropriate time, Councilman Sinapi needs to recuse from a batch of these abatements. If you want to entertain commentary from the public first, and then we can assign a PCR on those that will be voted separately.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions or comments on PCR 88-23 relative to abatements from the public? Would any member of the public like to speak on the resolution relative to abatements, PCR 88-23? Hearing none, thank you. Solicitor?
Are there any other items outside of Councilman Sinapi's who need to be voted separately by any other members? Hearing none, if the clerk could assign a PCR for the following items: the claim for Bailey in the amount of $1,176.40, the claim of the abatement of Kissinger in the amount of $415.20, the abatement of Lowry in the amount of $415.20, the abatement of Martin, $138.40, the abatement of Miller, $415.20, and the abatement of Tulin, $415.20. So for this PCR, the total amount would be $2,975.60, and the underlying item, PCR 8823, would have a new value of $128,596.75.
Thank you. I appreciate that. May I have the PCR, please?
9123.
PCR 9123.
So with those items removed, Mr. Chairman, it would be in order for the committee to entertain a recommendation on PCR 8823 with the revised amount of $128,596.75.
And for clarification and process, would PCR 88-23 also be needed in a second for as amended?
Because they're removed, similarly to how the bid package goes, you can just reflect the value. It'll be updated when we do the full consent calendar. So
Thank you so much. So I'm looking for favorable action on 88. I am looking for a favorable action on PCR 8823 in the amount of $128,596.75.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And Mr. Chairman, if the committee would entertain a recommendation on PCR 9123, which is in the amount of $2,975.60 for the 6 abatements previously read into the record.
Do I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
All set there.
Thank you, Solicitor. Thank you. PCR 80, correction, back up. PCR 6823, formerly bid 2023-427, Lincoln Avenue Pipeline Rehabilitation Contract 1. This was the request of the department to withdraw. As you remember, we spoke of the new bid process in the bid package. So this will be replaced by the new bid that we had, so that we have a request from the department to withdraw. Any questions, comments from the committee? Questions, comments from the council? Question, comments from the public? Question, comments from the public? Thank you. May I have a motion to withdraw?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. And finally, PCR 81-23, formerly bid 2023-443, Connecticut Point Lighthouse Restoration. This is, thank you.
Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director.
Thank you. If you don't mind giving us a quick brief.
Yeah, this is a bid to, we'd like to award to ABCOR to get the, I call it really triage work going on the lighthouse with the congressional earmark of $775,000.
And just really quick, Director, when you say congressional earmark, can you please specify that?
Well, it's Rep. Langevin's earmark. It was granted about a year ago now, perhaps. So it's really the only funds we have going into this project. There's no match requirement. And, you know, this is really a qualification request. You know, when you get money like this and the political leaders all gather from all levels and celebrate it, it's no mystery as to how much money you have, and to actually bid, you know, the project, you kind of know what you're going to get. So we're really stressing the qualification-based approach to this, mimicking the Brooks Act, which is why we had several staff, my staff scored the 3 proposals we got, and we'd like to go with ABCOR and get going.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Are there any questions, concerns from members of the committee?
No.
Are there questions from members of the, oh, sorry. No, that's fine. Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt.
So, thank you, Director. So last we talked about this, we talked a little bit about the hypothetical that there may be more rehabilitation to go into this. I did speak with the mayor last week. He indicated that more the direction was that these funds would be sufficient to basically shore up the outside, make sure that it doesn't go into disrepair, and then we could potentially seek some sort of public-private partnership or bring someone else in or evaluate a range of other options, and that we would not necessarily be on the hook to spend additional funds to rehabilitate the inside. We could go a number of different directions for that. Is that still the plan?
That is a conversation that the mayor and I had, and I'm glad you brought it up, and that would be my recommendation. Frankly, if we do even go forward with the funds we do have, we're going to have to probably pare down the scope and figure out what really we can do with the money we have. The steel railings are rotting off. When we went to visit it, the weather vane was falling into the ocean. I was able to pull it back, and Mr. Solomon put the bolt, he found the bolt on the bottom, actually bolted the thing back together. I called the Coast Guard, National Weather Service, and they came out and fixed it from NOAA. There's windows that are broken, the doors and windows are rotting off. The structure that you have to work from to even approach the lighthouse probably needs to be rebuilt in some way that will allow someone else to take it and fix it. So there's a lot wrong with it.
Okay, well, we're grateful that we have help to get it started, and hopefully we can get creative and find other ways to continue it or to find some other life for it moving forward. But I'm glad the city is not solely on the hook for beyond what we got some funds to help us with. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, it's amazing that the federal government is releasing the lighthouses, and I'm very happy that the city is putting the resources of getting the money from the congressional to get those repaired, because lighthouses are a Rhode Island tradition, just as anything else, and a big part. And definitely all of them are historical. They're not needed anymore, so we can repurpose them for sure.
Right.
As we've seen on Rose and Dutch Island. And are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. So, Director, I just want to confirm at this point where we are with this project, there is no taxpayer dollars involved, correct?
Well, congressional earmarks are.
The local Warwick
right.
taxpayers.
Right.
Okay. And you've made it clear that this is predominantly a supporting effort to support this lighthouse so it doesn't basically fall into the ocean.
It's not going to fall into the
it's-
ocean, but
it's
I get what you're
stressed,
saying,
but-
right?
You said when we visited the lighthouse, who is we? Who visited the lighthouse to get a view as to what condition it's in and what potential it has, and start formulating some financial theories as to what the long-term dollar could be to complete this?
Before I explain when we went out there was video taken from Lucas Murray, the previous planner. There are a number of video clips and pictures. He was very thorough with his inspection, but that had been, a year prior. So when I was hired, shortly thereafter, I went out with the fire chief. They have a boat that they took us out in that. It was myself, the mayor, fire chief, of course, a couple of his staff who operate the boat, and I'm drawing a blank on the rest. Solomon, Mr. Solomon was there, young Solomon. Yeah, I can't remember who else. That might have been it.
When you say Mr. Solomon, you're referring to Mayor Solomon or Rep Solomon?
Rep Solomon.
Rep Solomon, okay. So has there been any discussion as to what the long-term cost could be to do this?
Not the long-term cost, no. As
still
Councilman
a ways-
Gephardt mentioned, we're thinking about trying to take a different course and get this into the hands of maybe a private
Sure.
entity or someone who can really do something with it that benefits the city.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Director. And also a great follow-up to that, Councilman, is we get it to a private entity, like I said, Dutch Island, Rose Island. They have to follow a very strict federal guideline of a historical place, but the lighthouses are repaired, revitalized, and operated, which is what we absolutely want.
It's also extremely expensive when you have to start addressing the historical issues to do any of that type of renovation. Extremely expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from members of the council? Questions, concerns from members from the public on PCR 81-23, Connecticut Point Lighthouse Restoration? Thank you.
Nancy Cornish. I just want to clarify or ask for clarification on this. Is this work that would be done by the city prior to the point of time at which private entities which are interested in this property would be acquiring it and working on it? Is this work that would be done prior to that time?
Yes.
Yes, with the congressional allocated money. And
Okay.
so as the director said, we'll bring it up to speed, and then from there, the city will look at the options of who
So
gets it.
I just wanted to be sure that that didn't stop anyone else from being able to acquire the property.
Oh, no. Yeah, that would not stop anyone else from being able to acquire. Although from what I've read in other lighthouses that have been disposed of from the Coast Guard, I always seen lease arrangements with the city being holding fee simple, if you call it fee simple for this. But yeah, lease arrangements, I think, are what I've seen mostly.
Yeah.
I'm just aware of the Warwick Neck Improvement Association being, I believe that maybe tomorrow is a day that they get to inspect it and are interested in looking into the possibility of preserving that beautiful location and maybe opening it up as a historical museum. So I just wanted to be sure that didn't go
Mr.
away.
Chairman, yeah, the Chief of Staff said I should clarify in case you have them confused. I'm talking about the Conimicut Lighthouse.
Oh, I thought you said Warwick Neck.
No, it would Conimicut.
I'm sorry. I thought you said the Warwick Neck one.
No, this is the difficult one, the one that's in the middle
Oh,
of the
yeah,
bay.
in the water. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for that clarification.
It was a good conversation either way. Thank you so much. Sir, please.
Jim Italiani, the points on both lighthouses, I think, are appropriate. My fear, and I would like to see both of those lighthouses kept, but I'm also somewhat aware of the deep financial hole that this city is in. And if we have one more big expenditure, and believe me, I've had boats and I've been around the ocean most of my life. I know what a big expense something like this can be. And I am really fearful that we're going to get into another hole and we're not going to be able to take care of our kids or our seniors or something else because we have an impossible time maintaining what we already have. Thank you.
Sir, and if I may answer that, what this is for is a $775,000 grant or money that was allocated by the government.
I understand
And
that.
as Councilman Lattiser clarified, I apologize, but as
Right.
Councilman Lattiser clarified, no tax dollars will go into this. The plan is then to go to the next step with the lighthouse.
And thank you very much.
Yes.
Yes, I did understand that. That's why I said I am fearful that we are not taking steps that we're going to fall into a hole and get buried by our previous commitments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Joanne Miller, Beach Avenue. I am part of.
Bring up the microphone. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
That's all right. I am part of the Conimicut Village Association. I was there at the meeting when the mayor came, and really the direction that he was thinking of pursuing, and we are behind him, is privatizing the funding, having benefits, and we also feel that it could be like a great educational place to take because it is in the water, and also could great educational place for kids to take tours and join with NOAA and other resources that we have in Rhode Island to make it a real lighthouse, a real beacon for education, as well as a tourist attraction. If we can get a ferry that goes out to it, so we're excited and we're very grateful to get those monies just to stabilize it. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comment from the public comment pertaining to, I'm blind, PCR 81-23, Conimicut Point Lighthouse Restoration? Thank you. May I have a motion?
Favorable action. Second.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The time is now 9:15 and the Finance Committee is closed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully request that we move back into the full council meeting and start on the agenda this evening. I do want to say we will be doing public comment. I have the list here. Is there anyone else who would like to sign up that hasn't had the opportunity to sign up at this time? Last call for public comment. Okay. I'm just going to let everyone get settled, and then we are going to go right back into the full council meeting, and that will be the third thing we do. Good evening again. I call the full council meeting back to order. So we're now on the agenda. We have done roll call, we've done salute to the flag and the national anthem. So now we're on general communication. This is for the announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. I have a couple. First off, someone's having a birthday this evening, so I just want to wish Councilwoman Travis a happy birthday. Second off, I would like to make the public aware that we have the Vietnam Traveling Wall coming to Rocky Point State Park on September 8th. So at September 8th at 1:45, there will be a 1-hour opening ceremony with remarks and there will be a reading of all the names, the 209 Rhode Islanders who are memorialized on this Vietnam wall. The wall will also be there for a number of days from September 8th to September 10th. So I welcome members of the public to go and visit and see that. That's a very nice thing that is coming to our city. Are there any other council members have anything under general communications, announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events? Councilman Lattiser.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I think this evening we've had a very good discussion regarding a lot of these bid items, all the bid items. As I started to say earlier, we also have a lot of new faces here in this chamber this evening that I don't recall being here in the past. And I think that it was a very good opportunity for them to see and hear the reasonings for some of these purchases. While they're not all million-dollar purchases, some are small, but as you saw, they can quickly add up. And in this case, it was $280,000 worth of small purchases. So I am grateful that the members of the public were able to see the process and hear the reasonings for these requests. Thank you.
Under general communications, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't belittle the comment, I won't drag this out, but I will say, for years and years, there have been committees. For years and years, there have been committees that do their job and make recommendations to the council. Someone may not disagree with the purchases that are being made, but the committee does the job. We can honestly attest that the departments do the job and there's human error, the committees do the job and there's human error, but to indicate...
Councilman, I apologize. I shouldn't have let Mr. Lattiser take that
Okay,
time. He didn't follow the general communications, and
I respectfully ask
so
to
I
conclude with
apologize.
this. The
Mr.
committee did a
Lattiser was
great
out of
job,
order,
and they did their
have
part.
to stop. Thank you. This is just for announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. Any additional general communications? Condolences, congratulations, or community events? Councilman Gephardt.
I would like to congratulate Warwick Powell, the primary youth sports program in the city, for going out to hire its first ever executive director, who is not also simultaneously an active police officer. This position is actually being funded by using some dollars that the city was provided as part of an opioid settlement, which is meant to be used to help provide programming to keep kids away from drugs. And I can't think of a better way to do that than by having a robust, year-long, active youth sports program. So this position is open right now, accepting applications. And I think that for anyone who has a passion for growing an organization, who has a passion for youth sports, and who has a passion for making life in this city a little bit better for the kids that live here, I think it's a great opportunity, and I would strongly encourage anyone with a skill set that would line up with that to apply. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. PAL is a great organization. Building is named after Gloria Fairbanks, a great friend to many of us here. Next up is
Council President. I'm sorry, I did have an announcement to make. I just wanted to inaptly respond, but I did have an official announcement within the community. I want to thank my colleagues and the citizens. If you drive down Sandy Lane, you'll now notice that there's crossing lights, and I want to thank DPW for getting that taken care of. Ward 3, we expended our money for the safety of our students. As you know, there are 4 crosswalks, one near Lip Elementary School, one near the arena, and one near the rink, and then another one over towards the Boys and Girls Club. They were just striped, and now we have buttons that you can push, and they light up to indicate that there's someone crossing in the pedestrian walk. A huge safety plus. So I want to acknowledge and thank that. And finally, Mr. President, I do ask that this honorable body and our guests and the people give a moment of silence in the memory of Captain Patrick Crowley from the Warwick Fire Department. The fire department lost a dignified and very trusted leader in the last couple of weeks, and it was a big kick to them. So I do ask that we have a moment of silence at your convenience, Mr. President.
Thank you. We'll have a moment of silence at this time. Thank you. Any other members of the council on general communications? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to executive communications. There are none. A, acceptance of the minutes from the council meeting held on July 17th. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm going to abstain. I was not at that meeting. Thank you. Next up is public comment. Rule 41. After general communications and prior to the consent calendar, at the last regularly scheduled meeting of the City Council each month, there shall be a period of time not to exceed 30 minutes during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following situations. The total period of time for public comment shall not exceed 30 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. Each citizen signed up and present shall have not to exceed 5 minutes to speak, provided, however, that if more than 6 citizens are signed up and present, the 30 minutes will be split evenly amongst speakers. Time shall not be transferable among speakers. The topics for comment shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during the public comment period. Public comment session will terminate at the expiration of the earlier of the speakers concluding their allotted time or 30 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous vote of the council. This evening, we have 10 people that signed up. However, I know that the 2 individuals have left, so we now, I believe, have 8 individuals here that have signed up. I know people have been waiting a long time to speak, so I will make a motion to give everyone the 8 people that are here and present a full 5 minutes to speak, unless there's an objection.
Second.
Yep, that has to be unanimous. Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, it's so ordered. Thank you. Okay, the first speaker to the mic is Cindy.
Hi, Cindy Wilson. So this is about government and how we are perceived in the state. I don't know if I work from home, so I listen to talk radio all day, and all day people call in that are frustrated with Warwick and have nothing nice to say. They say, don't buy a house here, don't move here. It's filled with clowns, criminals, and bad money managers. And that's sad to me because I love the city, but I do hate the way that it's run. And most recently, the thing that happened here with involving Mr. Cody was shocking to me. And I'm not surprised that Ms. Travis did that. However, I was very surprised that not one of you stood up and stopped it. I've seen you stop things because Mr. Cody raised his voice and you stopped the meeting for 8 minutes, but not one of you had the decency to say, time out here, we can't do this. So that tells me one of 3 things. Either you don't know the Constitution, which is alarming, or you don't care about the constituents, which is alarming, or you have a good old boy network, or you're afraid of Donna, which is alarming. I don't know why nobody stood up and said anything. We're a joke. Warwick is a joke. If you listen to talk radio, Matt and Dan all day just make fun of the city. Just terrible, terrible stuff. And if you're wondering why people aren't here, and yeah, you see new faces because we have a group now that are making an effort to get all of you but two out of your position, and we're going to do it. That's why you see new faces. So the stall tax that's up tonight, which was almost, 3 hours, didn't work because 8 of us are still here because 8 of us are still mad enough. So if you don't think people aren't here because of this. Not everybody can sit here for 3 hours and listen to you blather on, and you talk about Robert's rules, but then you're making jokes, you're laughing, isn't this funny? But then Robert's rules, like, pick one. Are we serious or not? Again, I hate being the laughingstock of the state.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gia.
Hi, my name is Gia DeSalvia. I attended my first council meeting last month, and I was shocked at the behavior of our council to strip somebody's constitutional right away from him and to have him escorted out by the police. Not one of you had the guts to stand up for our Constitution. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. You're not the people I want to represent me and my people. I want people who are for the people and not against the people. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. The next speaker is Michael.
Hi, good evening. Everyone should take a good look at this sign. Our First Amendment, very, very important. The last council meeting that I attended, we sort of forgot about the First Amendment. We have veterans on this board who you swore an oath to the Constitution. You let it down. I'm here to remind you, you were here, you were elected by the people, and that's who you should represent. After attending last month's council meeting, I was shocked. No councilman stood up to defend the residents' constitutional rights. Shame on every single one of you. The people you elect to lead and work and look out for us. We don't want followers, we want leaders. Unfortunately, we have followers, because if we had a leader, they would have stood up for the resident and the Constitution and went against the injustice that was served in removing the resident. Secondly, let's talk about the employee from the water board. There's a rule in place: no bullying, no intimidation. Put your hands on me. You've bullied me. You've intimidated me. This person needs to be fired immediately before he can retire and collect a full pension. We all know that this person's in the mayor's circle, so I don't see him getting fired. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. Next is Chris.
I just have some observations generally about elected officials within the city of Warwick. At what point do the actions of a council member or elected official rise to the threshold of admonishment or removal? When can the council or whatever governing body needs to correct the city charter to establish basic expectations of behavior by way of recall or other corrective action? Or possibly a moral turpitude clause. The First Amendment protects the freedom of speech, press, assembly, and the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances. That was not allowed last month. I would like to thank the fine citizens of Warwick for listening and implore them to advocate for the corrective actions needed to hold our elected officials accountable in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barry.
Thank you, Barry Cook, President of Warwick Taxpayers Association. As it relates to the July 17th meeting and the abuse that was rendered upon Robert Cody by Councilman Travis is inexcusable. The behavior was boorish, uncalled for. Mr. McAllister, you weren't here, but I want you to know that you're primarily responsible for her actions because you have set a precedent. When you don't like someone's presentation or the way they dress or the way they look, you immediately call upon Warwick Police Department, who are then asked to be bouncers, like you find in a nightclub. You call the police department to come in to remove somebody whose conversation or remarks you don't like. So you started that precedent. Councilwoman Travis followed your suit, except you do it more politely. She was boorish. Her behavior was uncalled for. Certainly, we know it was unconstitutional. Each of you folks have signed upon coming into office that you will support the Constitution of the state of Rhode Island and the Constitution of the United States government. When none of you, and there's two councilmen here, I must say, I greatly admire. The rest of you I don't, but I admire Ed Ladisaw and I admire Jeremy Ricks. But I must say I'm disappointed in both Ed Ladisaw and Jeremy Ricks. I didn't expect any of the other council people to stand up for Robert Cody, but I would have expected Ed Ladisaw and Jeremy Ricks to stand up and overrule Councilman Travis. You people have a Robert's Rules of Order. You have the right to call into question a ruling of the chairman of the council meeting. You folks could have stopped that procedure and had Mr. Cody finish his presentation. He wasn't here for 2 minutes, and he was forced out of the building under threat of arrest. So we have here tonight, when I walked in, 2 policemen. That's intimidation. You might think it differently, but I feel intimidated when I walk in knowing that I'm going to make a presentation that none of you might like, that I might be faced with removal by these 2 uniformed, gun-carrying policemen who are now being asked to be bouncers. So in closing, here's what I think should happen. I think the council should censure Councilman Travis for her behavior. She should be censured publicly. And you council people have an obligation to speak out on our behalf. She should never be allowed, nor any of you should be allowed to behave in that fashion in the future. If each time we come to these meetings, we're going to be faced with 2 gun-carrying policemen who are used to intimidate us, that is, in my opinion, nothing more than suppression of our public right to redress our elected officials. Now, I know the major over there, I tried to have a conversation, but I kept interrupting your committee hearing, so I never got a chance to have a full discussion with the major. But I do intend to speak to the colonel, or as I call the chief, because I don't think you people should be allowed to have these gentlemen bully us, intimidate us, and act as bouncers because we're here to express our points of view. I walked in tonight and I said to my wife, the first thing I said, we are being intimidated by their presence. Now you have a sergeant of arms. Mr. McAllister, you made a point when I spoke about the sergeant of arms. You told me he's a retired police officer with dedicated service to the city, and I admire you for that. But he's the sergeant of arms. It could have been much easier if Councilwoman Travis, instead of getting on her high horse and overpowering everybody, she could have said to the sergeant of arms, please escort Mr. Cody out to the lobby. Because I was here one night when this gentleman and Mr. Cody was here, and you asked Mr. Cody, he came right over to Mr. Cody, I'm sure you remember, and I stepped in between, which I probably shouldn't have.
Mr. Cook, please stay on the mic because it's being recorded.
I'm sorry?
Stay in the mic because it's being recorded.
So it would have been much better if Councilwoman
You have 1
Travis
minute, Mr. Cook, 1 minute.
had asked the sergeant of arms to escort Mr. Cody lobby and calm things down. But you people should be ashamed of yourselves. And as I said, I admire Ed Ladisaw, I admire Councilman Ricks. You should have spoken up. I'm surprised and I'm disappointed in both of you. But going ahead, that should never happen again. We shouldn't be bullied or intimidated by 2 police officers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Don.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the City Council. I just want to say that that was atrocious that night when he was asked to leave. All he does is be an advocate to the taxpayers, we, the people. It appears that only one person on the Warwick City Council is an advocate. And you may hate him because he's different, he thinks different than you people. Second point, I want to mention that it was in the Providence Journal a couple of weeks ago that Rhode Island has the third highest debt in the country. Number one is Massachusetts. Number two is Connecticut. 3 New England states. And they all have one thing in common. You probably know that. And Mr. Howell, Councilman Howell said that we do our homework. Quite often, we ask questions to members of the council, and they can't answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, is it Jim?
Jim Italiani, thank you. A lot of people have trouble with that name. Number one, I love Warwick. I'm glad to be here. I looked at many, many other places, although I have family here, but I have chosen this community. Even though it may not be perfect, it's our choice, and I'm here and I want to grow with this community, and I want to be sure that the problems it has get better. The problem I'm talking about tonight specifically is 5 years ago when we moved here, we rehabbed a property, took us a number of years. Part of that rehab, of course, caused a problem because of COVID hitting us. And I called Mayor Solomon's office, what would that be? Now 4 years ago. And asked why 2 pieces of property, specifically lots 433 and 434, had gone in, started going to disrepair, trash, and other problems near our property. And I believe the mayor's, this would be Mayor Solomon's, lady's name was either Mary or Miriam. She said, well, you know, we're having a lot of problems with all the COVID problems, and we'll get that taken care of as soon as we can. Well, the next year, now that would be Mayor Picosi's, and I was told that a lot of problems due to COVID, and there was a tractor that was broken. And the COVID is getting better, but the tractor needs to be fixed. And I was certainly going to be put on a list. In fact, I did talk to, I apologize, I think it was the highway department, and was told that I was definitely on the list. Another year goes by, I call up the mayor's office and ask what's going on. I get transferred to the highway office, and I'm told that we're definitely on the list, but by the way, one of the pieces of equipment needs a computer chip. And I said, no, wait a minute, I was told the tractor was broken. Well, we need a computer chip. And I said, now, just a moment. And I'm sorry, I need it. The first time I called Mayor Solomon's office, I was told that that was not city property. I had to come down to the city with a map showing that that in fact was city property. So my point, what is that? Number 4 excuse. So May of this year, I called up again, talked to the ombudsman for we constituents, and after a long explanation, which she had little knowledge of, I again called the highway department, and they said that, yes, I was still on that list, but you know, they had some equipment problems. Okay. I went and talked to Betty again, and excuse me, I didn't mean to use names. and was told that our property, which is now 10 foot high, the city property, which is now 10 foot high, would be resolved in 3 weeks. Had somebody come out from the city department and trim about 2 to 3 foot on part of the property. I immediately called the mayor's office again, talked to Betty, and she said, well, I've done what I can do. I came down here in person.
You have 1 minute, sir.
Make a long story short, I have spent 4 years. Last person I talked to was chief of staff. I've talked to him 3 times since May 18th, and he's always given me another excuse. The most recent excuse is he told me that he was going to investigate the history of the property. That's exactly what Mayor Solomon's office told me 4 years ago. The property is still, the 2 pieces of property is still a mess. What are you going to do to listen to a property owner who can't get the city to take care of the mess and the trash on city property? And I know you can't answer me today, can you? Can somebody give me a call? Can somebody give me an answer? If not, I promise you I'll be here every doggone month until you do. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the last speaker is Joanne. And she said she may not be able to stay. So Joanne, no, there she is. Take your time.
Joanne Miller, Beach Avenue. Councilwoman Travis, I have nothing personal against you. Okay, Councilwoman Travis, I have nothing personal against you, but when a constituent has questions in regard to the situation, which you have a legal situation in your life, which affects the taxpayers of Warwick, as a public servant, it is your duty to remain composed and to not misuse your position and power. I formally ask you to publicly apologize to Rob Coate, and also I ask this council to reprimand in any way that you see fit, not to punish Ms. Travis, but to set a precedent for the future of the council, that we are to be able to speak freely, not disorderly, and I'm not sure if Rob Coate violated any laws, but I think that he didn't, is from what I could read and tell from what I've read, and that we should be able, as members of this city, to come and talk to you about anything. And if it is a personal matter, which this is not a personal matter because you are on a public committee where they accused you of misdoing and allegedly, but you are a public servant in that. So we should be able to come before any of you and question your behavior and not be thrown out on our ear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we could move the consent calendar, but we've been moving a couple of things along. I do believe there are individuals here for public safety. So I'd like to go back into committees, do the public safety committee. Those residents have been waiting a long time to have their claims heard. So unless there's any objections, we will go into public safety. Thank you.
Good evening. Public Safety Committee comes to order at 9:50. The first order of business is acceptance of minutes from committee meeting held on July 17th.
Move to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, PCR 89-23, resolution relative to claims.
Excuse me, Chairman, could I ask that we just hold on to the committee until the conversation's taken outside of the chamber?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman. I appreciate that. People deserve to be heard in the people's house. Thank you. Go ahead, Chairman.
The first item is Victoria Almquist. The claim was recommended deny, and the city cannot be responsible for an errant softball hitting a vehicle and parked in lots nearby the softball field of City Park. Is there anyone here to speak? Please identify yourself.
Hi, I'm Victoria Almquist. Am I just...
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So basically I was told by a member of the softball league that they have insurance, and then I filed a claim through the city. So
you're saying the softball team or the softball league
Yeah,
said
the
they did
softball
not
league.
have insurance?
no, they said they did have insurance, but that I need to file the claim through the city.
No, that is incorrect. They gave you false information. You need to
Okay.
file that directly with them.
Okay, thank you.
If I may?
You go.
Yeah, I certainly think it's worth looking into whether they have insurance or not, but I will say that you are not the first person who has had a car hit by a baseball or softball or the like. Now, I'm not familiar with the specific location where your car was parked at City Park. About how close was it to the softball field?
It was like 2 double rows away, so I don't know, like
And it was
50, 100 feet.
And you were parked in a designated parking spot?
Yes.
Yeah, I could see at least that part from the photo you provided. And was there any netting around that softball field?
No.
Yeah, this is a concern that I had and expressed when there was a similar claim last year. Last year it was at a different field, but this is why professional baseball and softball leagues, they put up netting, because a concern that I have here is that for every person who comes up here and lets us know that this damage occurred, how many people are having their cars get hit by these softballs and baseballs that perhaps the city could prevent by putting up some netting? So where I'm going with this is that I think that perhaps procedurally the way to approach this is to first try to get reimbursement through the softball league's insurance, but after going through that procedure, I think that this is an issue where I think that the city would have liability, and not just to prevent softballs from hitting vehicles, but as a matter of public safety, where if you have a ball that's shattering a windshield, then if a person is walking by and they get one of these balls hit square to the skull, well, that could do some serious damage, and the city could be on the hook for a lot more liability than a $279.62 windshield. So procedurally, I would suggest after the rest of the comments that we hold this to see if there's a possibility of you getting reimbursements through the league's insurance. But I would say that we could hold it, but if you are not made whole by that insurance that the league has, then I would certainly vote in favor of reimbursing you through the city.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments from members of the committee? Any comments from members of the public? I'm sorry, council? Any comments from members of the public?
He looked right at me too. He knows. He knows what he
Wait,
did.
I'm sorry. Anthony, I'm sorry, I missed your hand.
No worries.
Councilman
Only thing I was going to say
Sinapi.
is, I know for a fact when it comes to being able to use the fields and whatnot, the city typically requires the entities to get permits, and at least in the case for non-sporting ones, we needed insurance. So odds are that the league does in fact have insurance.
Thank you. Despite the comments from my colleague, I'm looking for a motion to deny as recommended. I'm making that motion to deny. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay. It is, the denial is approved 2-1. The second item, second claim, Bernard Fournier. The recommendation is for denial. The roadway in question is not a Warwick-maintained roadway, as noted in the letter to the claimant from the city of Cranston. Pillar Avenue is owned and maintained by the state of Rhode Island. Is there anyone to speak on that claim? Seeing no. Any comments from the committee? Yes, sir. Councilman Ricks.
I can see where the confusion would be here. It looks like it would be a city road, but in fact, it is a state road. So it would be more proper for the claim to be brought against the state. City doesn't have liability here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the council? Any other comments from the public? Any comments from the public? I think my phone, Yep, thank you. So I'm looking for a motion to deny.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a gentleman. What? All right, hold on. That one there. That's that. The third claim tonight is Marie Hennedy. Is there anyone to speak on for this claim? Yes, miss. Ma'am.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Dr. Marie Hennedy, doctor because I used to teach English at BC.
Before you continue, let me just read. The recommendation was to deny, and the reason is the city cannot be held responsible for a driver hitting a trash barrel on the side of the roadway. The trash barrel was located behind the white fog line, and there's no way to determine that the barrel was in or near the roadway when the driver collided with it. Therefore, this department denies responsibility. Now speak to it.
Thank you. It's interesting. I hadn't heard that before. Well, basically, about 2:15 in the afternoon of Tuesday, June 6th, I was driving back down Coesit Road from Stop and Shop toward Post Road, and a very big white truck was driving up Coesit Road, and it was right, on the yellow line. And so I just held on to my steering wheel very steadily, and the truck didn't hit me. But suddenly there was this noise on the right side of my car. And I pulled over to the side of the road, parked safely over by Cornerstone Baptist Church, and discovered that the entire rearview mirror on the right-hand side of my car was hanging off, and I brought pictures of that. I then looked back up the road and found that a trash barrel had been left right by the white line I took a picture of that. It was empty now, and it was pushed just the other side of the white line by my car because it hit me.
May I ask you a question? I'm looking at where it was first after I hit it. So you're saying that's where it ended up. This is the picture I'm looking at.
Correct.
So that picture is after you've hit it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And the only reason that it's on the other side of the white line is because it hit my car. And if you'll notice, to the right side of this photo, the recycling bin at that house had been emptied as well, but it was placed back from the road, back near the stone wall of the house it was sitting in front of. So as a result, I went and pushed the empty trash barrel back from the road so nobody else would get hit by it. And I had to have my entire right rearview mirror mechanism replaced. I went to Tarbox where we bought the car, and they charged me $558.58.
Ms. Hennedy, just trying to be more concise and move this forward. First of all, I want to tell you how much I appreciate you coming, and I apologize that you had to stay here till this time of night to deal with
It's been interesting.
I appreciate that. My question for clarification is, the invoice from Tarbox
Yes,
is what it costs to fix your car?
correct.
Okay. If I may, and I'll
Yes.
get back to you if we need to. Do we have any comments from the committee? I want.
Yeah, so thank you for coming this evening. I suppose that my concern here and why unfortunately I would be voting to deny this claim is because of the legal standard. It seems to me what happened was an accident. I think that, well, I believe you. The barrel was in the road. I believe it was past that white line, because if you hit the barrel and it was still past the white line, well, you would think that the barrel would get pushed further to the side, and I'm sure that that's what would have happened. So I think that the barrel was probably in the road at the time that you hit it. But I suppose that how I see this, how I see the legal standard here, is that generally speaking, if someone is driving down the road and there's an object in front of them, then they have the duty on them to come to a full and complete stop or evade that object in the road. And so even though obviously the barrel shouldn't have been in the road, I think it is one of these situations that's more of an accident than it was, say, negligence on the part of the city. And in order for the claim to be approved, it's a matter of showing negligence, because otherwise, unfortunately, these accidents do happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I respond?
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I
No
do.
problem.
Any other comments from members of the council? Any other comments from members of the public? In committees, do you want to speak on this claim? Go ahead, please.
Lisa Morse, I just want to say, Cohasset Road is too narrow, it has no sidewalks, and the city does, the trash guys do just drop those barrels anywhere. So I feel like it's not her fault. Trash barrels shouldn't just be popping out in the middle of the road. It is too narrow. She had nowhere to go with that other truck coming down. It's too narrow, too wide. We need straight, wide roads with room for error. So I do believe it's the city's fault.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Sir, can you identify yourself? And you're speaking on this claim, correct?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, sir.
James Italiani. And I agree with you, with Mr. Ritz. However, if there was an impediment for her to see, or if there was a clear and danger distraction, such as the truck in the lane, I think that would negate her being responsible for having to go around that object. Is that not correct? Thank you.
Don't answer. Thank you. Again, I was starting to explain the committees. I cannot reach out to my colleague here and talk about this outside of this committee.
Sure.
Because then we are a quorum, we violate numerous open meetings laws.
Fine.
So when we get here, it's the first time we're able to talk among ourselves. I understand what my colleague has said, but having read your description, having you come here tonight and having you stay to this time to plead your case, I am making a motion to award in the amount of $558.58. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
That's right.
Thank you very much. And I'm so glad that that I didn't avoid hitting the garbage can, because then the truck would have hit me. And I think the city would be on the hook for a lot more than $558.58. So thanks very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Good
you for
night.
your time and thank you for taking part in our government.
My
No,
pleasure.
The next item is Jalitzas Reyes. The recommendation is to approve. Before we make a motion, I did have a conversation, because I could, with Councilman Sinapi. Councilman Sinapi, can you please give us your comments?
So my concern with this one is, I agree with the recommendation that we should, in fact, approve a claim for this, but whether or not the right person has submitted a complaint, a claim is my question, because the documentation provided seems to reference a different owner. I'm going to butcher this name, I apologize. It says Katsuka Reyes as opposed to the claimant here. And so it appears that we should, or rather the department should reach out and verify who the owner is. And if it's not the claimant, then the owner should submit documentation, even if it's just supplemental. That way we can resolve all business in one go, rather than approve this claim and then someone else either send the same claim in or sue, because I can't say for sure whether or not this is the owner, because the documentation says something else.
Go ahead, Councilman Ricks.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Councilman Sinapi. I completely agree. I also noticed that issue in the documentation, but I would also add to that, I suppose, on the first issue, that I think that it may be sufficient if we get an affidavit. It seems that this second person is a family member. It looks like it's a family plan. So I think that an affidavit would suffice, just so that we, the city, don't find ourselves in a position of a second person coming forward and saying, wait a minute, that's actually my phone. But the other issues that I wanted to touch on here briefly are that it does appear that the person submitting the claim properly checked off the box and notarized their affidavit that they have not sought funds from other sources. So no double recovery. However, looking at that plan, I do see that they have a protection plan that, at least at a previous point in time, they were paying the amount of $18 per month. It was a, let's see, I'm blanking on the precise name of the protection plan, but I looked up that protection plan earlier, and it does cover lost devices, which is what happened here. So it seems to me that it may be possible for this person to get their iPhone 13 paid for perhaps in full. I don't know if there is some sort of a copay, but my suggestion would be that the fair and equitable thing for the city to do would be to pay for the cost of that protection plan for that period of however many months that protection plan was in place, along with any copay, and that amount would be less than the amount of $1,100 which is sought and which the department had approved, because this would effectively make the claimant whole without giving unnecessary additional money. It's not about getting a windfall here. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm making a motion to hold and to get an affidavit that we are actually paying the owner of the phone. Do we need a motion on that, Council Solicitor?
You can certainly request putting a PCR and whatever recommendation you'd like to attach if it's coming off the consent calendar.
Okay, so can I have a PCR for PCR 8923? I'm sorry, wrong one. For Jolitas. What is it again, Laura? 9223. PCR 9223. So I'm making a recommendation to hold. Second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Huh? The second one in September.
September 18th.
What's the date?
September 18th is the second meeting in September.
September 18th. September 18th. Okay, the public safety is adjourned at 10:12.
Finally, this evening is the ordinance committee.
That's not me. All right, where did I hate these. This is what I hate about. You're right. Choking up fur balls here or what? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overrule you that type, but I just, she's taking my life. Yeah.
Justice is blind.
That's right. It's supposed to be. That's why, though.
Councilman Ricks, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Foley. There was a second set of minutes. If you could reconvene to move the other set, please. So if public safety could reconvene, it's 10:15 p.m.
The Public Safety Committee has reconvened at 10:15. The item to discuss is the minutes from
June 5th.
June 5th meeting. Do we have a motion to accept?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The meeting is closed at 10:15.
Thank Thank you. Ordinance Committee.
Hey, that was right on too. It's the 360 coverage.
We were on the same page on the other piece.
Agree with you on the last one too. Thank you. It's not going to be good for us. Should beat the system. All right, ordinance will convene at 10:16 p.m. 10:16 p.m. First, we have acceptance of the minutes for the July 17th, 2023 meeting.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have PCO 18-23, an ordinance regarding the regulation of the smoking of vaporizing of cannabis. Smoking or vaporizing of cannabis. And this is Councilman Howe, who would be first passage.
Thank you. I'm gonna call the Chief of Staff from the administration, Aaron Mackesy. Thank you. I apologize, Chairman. I apologize. I refer to Aaron Mackesy, Chief of Staff for the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Chairman. As the Councilman suggested, it's an ordinance regulating smoking and vaporizing of cannabis. As we all know, Rhode Island, as well as a large amount of states nationwide, have changed their statewide cannabis laws. What this drafted proposed ordinance before you tonight is just to bring us into compliance with that statewide change.
Any questions or comments from the members of the committee? Councilman Ricks.
I'm not sure if there's any regulations that would allow for lounges, public places of business where the smoking or vaping of cannabis would be permitted by the state. Kind of an odd question, but I don't seek out those types of businesses. And since there are bars where people drink alcohol, one would think that perhaps there is that sort of establishment out there.
Sure. So the ordinance was drafted in consultation with Councilman Howe and the Warwick Police Department by the Solicitor's Office. Specifically, the language in front of you is more about prohibitions of where individuals can smoke or vaporize cannabis. It's less about allowances and more about prohibitions.
So if there were that type of business in the future, this ordinance wouldn't necessarily prohibit it. It would be a matter of, well, then it would be a matter of an exception to the general rule.
I would imagine if a business like the one that you described would be similar to a cigar bar. In that case, it would have to be regulated by the local board of licenses, the Board of Public Safety, under state law.
Makes sense. And currently, it does not appear that there are any of those regulated or otherwise, well, obviously would have to be licensed establishments in Warwick, and there aren't any businesses that are actively applying for that sort of business, right?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions or comments from members of the committee? Any questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Chairman. Chief, did I understand you correctly? You said that this ordinance is in compliance with the Rhode Island state law?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Gebhardt?
Yeah, I had similar questions to what Councilman Ricks raised and had the opportunity to meet with the chief and with Councilman Howe. So this, if there were to be a state law that allowed a consumption type lounge similar to a bar, but for the consumption of cannabis, then that state law would supersede essentially this local regulation. The one thing that I would urge the city to start to think about is that there may be, I've seen in other parts of the country and in other cities, mainly in Massachusetts where I go to work most often, festivals or fairs or those types of things where the consumption of cannabis is permitted in those outdoor spaces, likely by some sort of permit process. So just to be up ahead of what could become a request that's made on the city, and to use potentially other more progressive cities in our region as an example for the formulation of this. But I completely concur with what the chief said, that this language is almost taken identically from ordinances that have been put in place by other municipalities across the state. So yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Any other members of the council have any comments or questions? Any members of the public have any comments or questions? Seeing none, we can entertain a motion. I'll move favor.
Move favorable action.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I should conclude ordinance at 10:22 p.m.
Good evening. Good evening again. Suzanne?
Yeah, but it's barely on.
Good evening again. Good evening again. There we go. We are back in the full council meeting. So if you're following us on the agenda, we have done roll call, the salute to the flag. We've done general communications, executive communications. We've done the acceptance of the minutes, and we've done public comment rule 41. So now we're moving to agenda item number 1, the consent calendar, PCR 84-23, committee report, finance.
Favorable action?
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action?
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 2023-427, bid 2024-010, bid 2024-158, bid 2024-150, bid 2024-100, 2024-063, 2024-157, 2024-130, 2024-076 Alpha, 2024-076 Bravo, 2024-081, 2024-085, 2024-131, 2024-112, 2024-03, correction, 2024-083, 2024-110, 2024-142, 2024-056, 2024-152, 2024-153, 2024-074, 2024-154, 2023-185, 2024-111, 2024-128, 2024-155, 2024-143, 2024-151, 2024-122, 2023-048 Alpha, and 2024-141, 2021-241. That concludes the bid calendar, Mr. President.
Thank you. That's PCR 87-23 relative to bids. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier in the Finance Committee? Okay, next is PCR 88-23, resolution relative to abatements. Committee report, Finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe. You want to move favorable action?
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. PCR 88-23 abatements was moved favorable action with an amount of $128,596.75.
Thank you. That's the new number as we pulled some claims off. So the number that we are looking at right now, as you said, $128,596.75.
Yes, Mr. President.
Any questions or comments on that were not asked earlier this evening? Okay. Next is PCR 89-23, committee report, public safety.
Thank you. I have a question first. In the two bids were, two claims were voted on, but they were passed 2-1. Do we need PCRs on those or not because they were passed?
No, there was no request to have them removed for separate voting. So the recommendation stands as presented.
Okay. The first claim to Victoria
If you could just move it favorable, we'll get a second.
I'm sorry. Move favorable action on PCR 28. Let me see.
89-23.
Thank you.
Second by Councilman McElroy. Go ahead, Councilman Foley.
Okay, the first claim for Victoria Almquist was to deny. The second claim for Bernard Fournier was to deny. And the third one, Marie Hennedy, was to approve in the amount of $558.58. The fourth one was held, and there's a PCR for that.
Okay, so we're just going to take up those three, the two denials and the approval for $558.58.
If I may, I would like to request a PCR on items 1 and 3 of that consent calendar.
Could have a PCR. The denial, the two denials.
We can't. So Councilman Ricks has requested that these items be voted on separately. So if we could separate out the claim of Almquist, could we have a PCR? I believe it's 93-23. The claim of Fournier will be the lone claim remaining on PCR 89-23. And the claim of Henny, the recommendation of approval, could we have a separate PCR for that one? Okay, so just to update the members, the vote is on the consent calendar, which has the bids that remained on there, the abatements that were not removed, and now the lone claim that will be part of this vote would be the denial of Fournier.
Councilman Lattiser. Any other questions on PCR 8923? Okay. Are there any questions on the consent calendar as a whole? Okay, it's been moved in second. The clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Coley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
I'm sorry, this is on which one?
Consent calendar.
Consent calendar.
Oh, the consent calendar, yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. A number of items have been removed. First up is bid 2022-006 is now PCR 90-23, committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments on 2022-006, which is now PCR 90-23, that were not asked earlier this evening in finance? Councilman Ricks.
I am recusing myself from this vote, and I submitted the paperwork to the clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. Councilman Lattiser, any other questions? Okay. Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action, which is on now PCR 90-23.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Abstain.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention. Motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. Next up is the abatements. There was a number of abatements that were pulled, and the amount is $2,975.60. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action on PCR 91-23.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. I believe Councilman Sinapi, you've asked that a number of items be pulled off. Would you like the solicitor to read their names?
These are the abatements of Bailey, Kissinger, Lowry, Martin, Miller, and Tulin in the total amount of $2,975.60.
Any questions or comments from members of the council on this? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on PCR 91-23.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 abstention. Motion passes.
Thank you. And the final, no, not the final. The next item that was pulled from the consent calendar, PCR 92-23. I believe that's the claim of Rays. It's going to be held to September 18th, correct? Correct. Okay, held to September 18th. With two other items that were pulled off.
The next item is the claim of Almquist.
Okay, committee report, public safety.
I want to make sure I word this right. It's favorable action to deny, because that was the recommendation from the director.
Correct. Correct. So you make a motion for favorable action to deny.
I'm making a motion to favorable action to deny.
Okay, second by Councilman McElroy. Okay, any discussion or comments on this? Councilman Ricks.
I would prefer to continue the matter, but for the reasons discussed in the committee, I understand if we end up just moving forward, I will just, I do intend to vote to approve just for procedural reasons in case of the need for reconsideration for the reasons discussed in committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. Any other questions or comments on this? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call roll for favorable action, which is to deny.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
To deny?
Right, just in case I need to make a motion to reconsider later on. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's covered by insurance.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes to deny.
Thank you. The next item that was pulled off, committee report, public safety.
Recommendation is to approve in the amount of $558.58.
And that's your
PCR 94-23.
We move that for favorable, second by Councilman McElroy. Any questions or comments on this one? We're not asked earlier this evening. Councilman Sinapi.
Only to note that I think approving this is a bad idea in the long run, not because any issue with the claimant. She's very nice and she stuck it out for a very long meeting, but more so from the perspective of if we start accepting liability under those circumstances as described in her claim, we're going to have a lot of problems. Forget Cohasset Road. Up Main Ave is a prime example with the trash bins. Anyone who's driven down there knows. And that's not to mention all the other potential areas of liability, but this should be a concern of the property owner, not us.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would concur with Councilman Sinapi as well as Councilman Ricks. I think this is really opening us up to long-term issues. We start approving issues like this that happen on a state road, so I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
So this will be an action to deny this claim, right?
No, this is to approve
Oh,
$558.
favorable. So I will be voting no to approve it. Say,
Apologies, Councilman. That was my mistake. Please proceed without prior
okay.
commentary.
So I'm voting not to approve this claim. Thank you.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Sinapi? No. Ms. Travis?
No.
5 yes, 1 no, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. I believe that is it from the consent calendar? Yep. Okay, we are now moving to unfinished business. First up is PCO 18-23, committee report ordinance. For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in the ordinance committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Number 2 this evening is PCR 68-23, 2023, 427. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
Favorable action to withdraw, correct?
Correction, I apologize. Favorable action to, correction, request to withdraw favorable action by the committee.
Okay. Do we have a second on that? Second by Councilman Foley. So a yes vote is to withdraw. Any questions or comments on that? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action to withdraw.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes to withdraw.
Thank you. The motion is withdrawn. Number 3 this evening is PCR 81-23, 2023, 443. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman McElroy.
Favorable action.
And second by Councilman Foley and Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. We're now moving to new business on the agenda. And the first item is a unanimous consent item, which is PCR 86-23, a resolution to sell the property at 3027 West Shore Road. My first question is there any objections from members of the council at hearing this item at this time under unanimous consent? Okay, hearing no objections, we will now take up PCR 86-23, a resolution to sell the real property of 3027 West Shore Road. I believe the administration is here to highlight this for us this evening.
Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. This was requested of us upon a title search done by the high bidder's attorney, and there was a question in the title that the property shall be used as a school use only, which prompted me to do research over the course of several weeks, council minutes, resolutions, eventually taking me to school committee reports that were at the Preservation Society going back to the mid-1850s, which was amazing. And I was able to piece together kind of the picture about what was done at that time. Buttonwoods, prior to be called Buttonwoods, it was called the Plains District number 3. And there was a subcommittee put together to find land for a new school. That became the property, which was where, the former annex was. This led me to getting a resolution from the school committee, which we did successfully obtain. And we went back and I recorded that decision with all the supporting documentation from the minutes of that time, which did not say, it was to be a school use in perpetuity. There was no description of rights of reversion to the seller. The seller was paid for the property. Went back to the title attorneys, and they had crafted, our solicitor had crafted this resolution to kind of close the book on the sale and authorize it. And so that's why it's before you.
Thank you. Yeah, so the lawyers got involved and slowed the process down, but it seems like the school committee, they did their side of it, so now they're looking for us. Again, we've already voted on this to sell this property. It's going to be some new housing, much needed housing, and it also get off the city's payroll. We've had to send them out to mow the lawn and do some upkeep on the property because it's taken a little bit longer with all the rain and everything like that. We wanted to make sure that we're still keeping up on this. So I'm in support of this. It was a kind of a legal thing to dot all the I's and cross all the T's here. This property is in Ward 7. I thank my colleagues for their support when we sold this, and I think housing is a good thing, and it'll be a good fit in that neighborhood where their housing is already in place. So thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the council? And we will also open up to members of the public, as this was not in committee because it was under unanimous consent. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Director, I want to be sure I heard you correctly. You stated that there is no language in any of the documents that the administration was able to attain or the school department was able to attain that had any language that contained the willing of this property to be used for XYZ in perpetuity. There's no language like that found anyways?
Correct. There was no action by any councils that explored that title and clarified the perceived restriction, I'll say it that way. I found the original bid opening for the senior center in '78. There was no discussion of it at that time. It was a senior center for quite some time. And then, of course, it became annex building much more recently. But there was nothing exploring. It's as if no one did a title search on it until we went to sell it. It was the title from the deed was March 14th, I think, of 1873. And the information I found from the school committee was a subcommittee of 3 school committee members in 1871 and 2 were seeking property, and they finally made an agreement with the seller. They designed a school. The school was built for just over $2,000. It was originally a 1-room schoolhouse. Then that became dilapidated some 50 years later. And instead of demolishing it, instead of adding 2 rooms onto it. They demolished it and made a 3-room schoolhouse. It took weeks to find all the information, but it was very interesting.
So there's no document that shows or proves or states from the parties that supposedly willed this parcel to the city with those restrictions of education and perpetuity. I just want to be clear from, the things that you hear and the things that we know. So is that an accurate statement? Do I have a clear understanding that there is no will, no paperwork, no documents by the descendants, if you will, who willed, no pun intended.
Correct. It wasn't willed, it was sold.
Oh, okay. And there was nothing in that document, that bill of sale, that said, we agree to accept the sale of this property for educational purposes in perpetuity. None of that stuff is in there.
No, I found more evidence that said the school committee said it.
Okay, Mr. President, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the public on PCR 86-23?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. President.
Yep, let me just, one more time for the members of the public. Any questions from members of the public? Okay, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. So, Director, I assume that with the upcoming finalization of the Aldrich building, if that work that you just went through, the administration just went through in school committee, if that has not already been done, I assume that it will be done before.
I looked.
Sorry?
I already looked because of this.
We're all
Believe
set?
me, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Okay, it has been moved favorable and seconded. The clerk will call the roll for favorable action. Yes.
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 Thank you. The motion passes. Ward 1, anything to docket under unanimous consent?
No.
Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6.
Pass.
Ward 7 passes. Ward 8. Ward 9. Councilwoman Travis.
If there be no further business of this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
All those in favor of moving the docket session, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are now in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket?
Yes, a resolution in regards to the installation of four-way stop sign at the intersection of Tyler and Jefferson Street with a traffic study.
Public safety. Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6. Ward 7 passes. Ward 8.
Amendment to the ordinance regarding delivery of tobacco products to persons, well, to minors, we should put.
Ordinance. Ward 9. Okay. All right, there is no more business before the council. We will see you in a few weeks.